Chapter 22-23. They were pushing each other, and one of them was even swollen, the 7 bearded dwarf brothers. I said it won't work. Why are you selling big mushrooms? Isn't it better to sell big bananas? Boss, stop it. I'm already swollen. I won't do it again. You deserve it. What should we do now? Snow White hasn't been captured. Our witch princess doesn't know anyway. Should we just pretend nothing happened? Boss is wise. Word after word, the 7 bearded dwarven brothers were always happy. Suddenly, they stopped in front of the manor's gates and stared with wide eyes. This was because there were 2 people who had fainted in front of the manor's gate. One was a young girl, and the other was a baby-faced guard. The 7 bearded dwarf brothers immediately looked at each other. Then the whole family neatly pinched each other's cheeks, as if they had just woken up from a dream. It's Snow White. It's Snow White. We're rich. Marriage for peace. In the hall of ice and snow, the Queen of Chilly Winter frowned slightly. Sitting below her was the Foreign Affairs Minister, who had just returned from receiving the Prince of the Kingdom of Early Spring. The prince intended to marry the Kingdom of Chilly Winter again. This was the news brought back by the Foreign Affairs Minister. Does the Kingdom of Spring really mean this? The Queen of Chilly Winter sounded doubtful. Balaam, the commander of the knights, was sitting quietly in the hall. He was also deep in thought. I am afraid this isn't the unanimous opinion of the Kingdom of Spring. It's the prince's idea. The Foreign Affairs Minister said seriously, because of the first princess, because of the witch princess, the hatred between the 2 countries is almost unresolvable. However, if we can hand over the culprit while forming a marriage alliance with the Spring Kingdom, it might not be a bad idea. I believe the Prince of the Kingdom of Spring is also thinking about this. That's why he proposed the marriage for peace. This is really significant for the 2 countries to restore the old relationship. The Queen of Chilly Winter was silent. The Foreign Affairs Minister continued, Your Majesty, without the barrier of the blizzard, the Kingdom of Chilly Winter can't resist the cavalry of early spring. If a war breaks out, our country will be in danger. Only peace can allow Chilly Winter to survive until the next blizzard and protect Chilly Winter's peace for another 100 years. Therefore, I think, you can leave first. At this time, the Queen of Winter waved her hand and interrupted. I will consider this matter. You go and arrange a formal reception first. The Foreign Affairs Minister hesitated for a moment before he finally excused himself and left. The hall fell silent again. After a while, the Winter Queen rubbed her forehead and said, Balaam, what do you think of this matter? Balaam said, If this is the plot, then we can go with the flow. Of course, we can also prevent this from happening and make the conflict even more intense, causing a chain reaction. The Winter Queen seemed to have made up her mind. At this time, a guard hurriedly walked into the hall. He didn't have time to salute and said in horror, Bad news! Her Majesty, Her Highness the Princess, has been taken away. The Winter Queen's expression changed slightly. She stood up abruptly. Her eyes glinted coldly as she stared at Balaam. I'll investigate this matter immediately. Balaam replied solemnly. Although it was a bright day, her mood was obviously not good. Even when she walked, there was a faint chill accompanying her. This wasn't the cold air of the winter royal city. Instead, it was a kind of desolate feeling that pervaded the air. It was the people's hearts that were trembling. The moment the door opened, the 7 bearded dwarf brothers shuddered at the same time. Even the burning fire seemed to be extinguished at this time. They all looked up and saw the owner of the manor, the former Chilly Winter Princess, walking in with a blank expression and taking off her hat. She didn't feel disgusted. It was as if she was looking at a dispensable grain of sand on the ground. She walked straight into the room, but as a professional lackey, the leader of the bearded dwarf brothers hurriedly rolled over and said excitedly, Your Highness, our Snow White has been picked up. The key was the verb, picked up. No matter how much she ignored it, she had to stop it this time. What did you say? We've brought Snow White back. The boss still looked like he had won the jackpot. He waved his hands and feet. I don't know who was thrown at our door by Snow White. There, look, I've tied them up. In front of the sofa, the three brothers on the left and the three brothers on the right, the dwarf brothers raised their hands at this time and spread out together. They also spontaneously added the sound effect of dang, 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 dang. She saw two figures lying on the sofa at this time. She didn't care too much about the Chingtian doll's head, but her eyes focused on the plainly dressed girl. She even whispered in an almost surprised tone, "It's Miss Loya. Your Highness. How about it? We're useful. You see, we went out for a trip, and we picked up Snow White." The dwarf brother patted his chest at this time. "Your Highness, we can't do it even after 9 attempts. I got it the moment I made a move. You should give us more chicken drumsticks. Also, when will you eat my big mushroom?" She looked indifferently at the tortoise-shell-like rope on the girl on the sofa and suddenly asked, "Did you tie this up?" I guided her. 30 years of skill. Even the female goblins in the forest can't escape from it. She sighed slowly, as if she had nothing to say. She just raised her hand and gently snapped her fingers. In an instant, dozens of black butterflies flew out and flew to the dwarf brothers. Again, again. The dwarf brother only heard the dwarf brother scream in horror, and then the butterflies burst into flames. The dwarf brothers' heads, beards, and clothes were instantly ignited in an instant. "Quick! Snow! Snow!" The dwarf brother screamed and rushed out of the door in an instant. 7 dwarfs, who were on fire, rushed out of the big house in an instant and began to roll in the snow. She just sighed again, then looked at the unconscious girl on the sofa with a dignified expression. The rope on the girl quietly disappeared. She reached out to touch the girl's face and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If that's the case, I'm afraid I'll have to use a slightly more violent method. She shook her head, and the deep blue in her eyes deepened. "Kerrigan, I hope you didn't do this on purpose. The Kee-was who kidnapped the little princess and brought her here. The Kee-was who had kidnapped Snow White. She was loved by the whole country. She was born with blessings. No one would be willing to hurt this pure and innocent child. Even sinners would cry in front of her." In the depths of the Snow Palace, the Queen of Winter was walking back and forth in front of a huge mirror. She found that the Book of Gaia had become chaotic at this time. Even with the Book of Gaia in her hand, she could not continue to spy on the other page worlds. Now, the Book of Gaia was more like an item that was temporarily sealed. This was much worse than when half of the Book of Gaia was violently torn away by Metatron. However, Lilith had obviously repaired the Book of Gaia. Mirror, mirror, where's Snow White now? For this, the Queen of Winter had to borrow the power of the magic mirror in front of her. The magic mirror could know everything in the world, the past and the future. This was its setting in this world. A blue bird appeared on the mirror, and the voice of the magic mirror sounded. "Snow White is now in a very safe place." The Queen of Winter frowned. If there was anything unsatisfactory about the magic mirror, it was that its answers were as difficult to understand as Zen. Because of the Book of Gaia, the Queen of Winter basically threw the magic mirror in a corner to eat dust. "Give me a definite answer. Snow White's specific location." "Somewhere in the royal city," the magic mirror said slowly. The gears of fate had begun to turn. The appearance of the destined person will be the time when the pure, white snow drifts away in winter. This is a poem of the times. The magic mirror spoke without emotion. The Queen of Winter frowned impatiently. This thing was really reading with a stick. Humph. The Queen of Winter snorted and covered the magic mirror with a cloth. If the magic mirror's spirit was not the incarnation of the bluebird, she would have melted the magic mirror. She left the place where the magic mirror was placed and returned to the Snow Palace. But at this time, there was already a figure standing on the throne of the Snow Palace. It was a girl. In an instant, the Queen of Winter couldn't help but frown. She said in annoyance, "How dare you? Who asked you to come?" The girl slowly turned around. The girl on the throne looked down. At the moment when their eyes met, the Queen of Winter's shoulders trembled slightly. The Queen's eyes stirred in an instant. Her expression changed drastically at this moment. Her voice was sharp and harsh. She screamed, "It's you!" "The actual situation is that I don't even plan to see you." The girl slowly walked down from the throne. Originally, for a loser who has long been annihilated in the void, there is not much remaining value to be extracted. The reason why the Kingdom of Heaven likes to recycle trash is more or less because it is short of money, not because of how much value you still have. The thick ice floor of the Snow Palace instantly cracked. The Queen of Winter's hair fluttered at this time, and a huge chill whistled out. With a wave of her hand, an ice crystal long sword appeared in the Queen of Winter's hand. Joan of Arc. The Queen of Winter rushed over with a gust of cold wind. Her roar contained endless anger and resentment. The ice crystal long sword pointed directly at the girl's heart. The girl just stretched out her finger, and she had already caught the ice crystal long sword. The Queen of Winter's face changed slightly. "I'm sorry for using such a relatively harsh comment on you," the girl said indifferently. "As for some of the means I'm going to use on you, it's just to vent my anger. Please forgive me. It's because you are too much of an eyesore in front of me. Executioner of the Kingdom of Heaven, I'm going to kill you. Celtic Grim Reaper, countless years have passed, but you still like this kind of roar as always." The girl turned her finger, and the ice crystal long sword between her fingers instantly shattered. A group of black butterflies fluttered and entangled the Queen of Winter's body. With a slight touch, there was a burning pain in the depths of her soul. The pain aroused the fear hidden in the depths of her memory. The terrifying figure who had single-handedly slaughtered his way into the gods' kingdom and annihilated all the gods like an executioner. Right in front of me, right in front of me, right in front of me. Joan of Arc, I want you to die. Resisting the burning of her soul, the Queen of Winter's eyes were red at this moment, and her skin burst with cracks. What plan? What calculation? What design? It doesn't matter. The important thing is, I want you to die. I want to see you die in front of me. Raising both hands, a golden book instantly appeared from the Queen of Winter's hands. This executioner of the Kingdom of Heaven appeared suddenly as usual, brought fear as usual, and strangled everything in an instant in the midst of happiness and perfection as usual. Without warning, the one who made the smile stiffen in an instant, and the one who shattered the beautiful moment in an instant. It's her, it's her, it's her! Is this what you rely on to control everything? The girl's gaze condensed slightly on the golden book, and she said indifferently, "But now it seems that it doesn't seem to listen to your orders." Book of Gaia, indeed, had fallen into an uncontrollable state since the sudden acceleration. The Queen of Winter knew this very well. But at this moment, her anger made her recklessly pin all her hopes of revenge on the Book of Gaia. She suddenly calmed down as if she could no longer feel the burning of her soul. She even showed a strange smile. "You know, I have thought about similar situations countless times since I woke up in the kingdom of holy light." The girl frowned slightly. The Queen of Winter's eyes suddenly became crazy. "Then let me bury all of this!" With that under her fierce and determined gaze, the Queen of Winter ignited her soul and crashed into the Book of Gaia. She wanted to detonate the Book of Gaia. Even if she couldn't detonate it, she wanted to cause huge damage to the Book of Gaia so that the page world in the Book of Gaia would fall into a state of rebellion and uncontrollable. Naturally, it would also include the winter world that she had been operating for a long time. As for the agreement with her collaborator, Lily, she obviously couldn't care about it and didn't need to care about it. "Do you still want to self-destruct?" The girl's fingers moved slightly. It's still this kind of unprogressive method. The former me did swing my sword when I destroyed the Celtic kingdom of gods. However, when more than half of the gods in the kingdom chose to surrender, wasn't it you who insisted on detonating the kingdom? After saying so much, you just want to get away with your crimes. The Queen of Winter sneered. How can faith be changed? What's more, we are already gods. This is worse than taking the life of a god. The girl said indifferently, I don't deny that if the entire Celtic kingdom of gods is indeed less than half of the gods surrender, the final judgment will be made. After all, to me, you are no different from trash. Please forgive me for my harsh words. Without the master around, she couldn't control herself. The black flame burned the hall. The moment the Queen of Winter's soul burst, the violent flame turned into a black dahlia and covered it. The hall suddenly darkened. The Queen of Winter fell to the ground weakly. The Book of Gaia fell to the ground. The girl walked over and picked up the Book of Gaia directly. I suddenly feel that you may still have some remaining value that can be squeezed out. The girl chuckled and said, Do you want to get the power to deal with me? You just need to use your despicable soul to exchange for it. The Queen of Winter's eyes were dull. Are you the devil? Trafford's Investors Club will continue to be updated in the new book pavilion. There are no advertisements in the website. Please bookmark and recommend the new book pavilion. If you like Trafford's Investors Club, please bookmark. Trafford's Investors Club new book pavilion updates the fastest. Chapter 22-24. Those were the black-winged butterflies, the symbol of death. They flew slowly in front of the Queen of Winter. She was very familiar with the concept of death, as she had once been in charge of death in a god system. Would she be afraid of death? She was once a god of death. Yes, because she had once become a god. She knew that gods were not immortal. Gods could be killed. In the void of the dimension, the death of gods may be happening all the time. The deep-rooted hatred did not recede, but fear could force her to calm down. Are you kidding? The Queen of Winter, who had completely calmed down, sneered disdainfully. Even if she was at a complete disadvantage at this time, and revenge was out of reach, she must not bow down. She had to admit that this was the only ridiculous self-esteem left. Ha ha ha! Are you here to be funny? The Queen of Winter laughed as if she was mocking. Exchanging my soul for the power to deal with you? Is it really just the power to deal with you, not the power to kill you? Is this body really the real you? Jeanne d'Arc, you look down on me too much. The girl said indifferently, I think this level is indeed just right for you. Who do you look down on? The Queen of Winter gritted her teeth. She was already very calm. She forced herself to be calm. She must be calm. This enemy's mouth was too vicious. Then the negotiation is over. The girl said indifferently at this time, I have given you a chance. The Queen of Winter's expression suddenly changed. The black-winged butterfly's death aura became stronger at this time. She was like a puppet that had been controlled by fate. The black-winged butterflies flew slowly. They would complete her burial. Wait, the Queen of Winter gritted her teeth. I agree. Death, all extinction. Life, maybe there was still a chance. A small chance was still a chance. So I said, this level is just right for you. The girl chuckled. Continue to be the Queen of Winter. Morrigan. What do you mean? The Queen of Winter couldn't help but frown. Of course it is for the pages. The girl slowly raised the Book of Gaia in her hand and said indifferently, Although I still have some reservations about the origin of this book, I probably already know what you want to do by arranging this. How could this be? The Queen of Winter was shocked. It had only been a moment since she picked up the Book of Gaia. Snow White is with me. At this time the girl said, It's about time. I'll bring her back. Then, sorry to disturb you. Unknowingly, the figure of the girl could no longer be seen in the cold hall. But the broken floor of the hall constantly reminded the Queen of Chilly Winter what had happened here. Her body suddenly went soft, and she sat on the ground. She lowered her head and grabbed the broken pieces of the floor. "Damn you, Lily. You're actually cowering at this time." The main hall welcomed a few guards with hurried expressions. The guards looked at the broken main hall in horror and said with trembling voices, "Your Majesty, what happened?" "Relay my orders." The Queen said coldly, "Arrange for a formal meeting between the ambassadors of the early spring country immediately. Also, tell Balaam to come see me immediately." Warmth, the kind of warmth that seemed to drive away the coldness of Chilly Winter since ancient times. The little princess of Chilly Winter slowly woke up in a big soft bed. The air was filled with the smell of high-grade spices that even the royal palace didn't seem to have. She subconsciously stretched her body. This was an extremely high-quality sleep, wasn't it? But why was she in such a strange but comfortable place? She should be on the way back with Qingtian. "Are you awake?" A voice came. The little princess of Chilly Winter looked at the source of the voice. She saw a girl in a black dress who was not much older than her. The girl sat on the edge of the windowsill, holding a book with a golden cover. Next to her was a steaming tea set. She looked like a noble lady who was reading in the afternoon. "You are." The little princess of Chilly Winter couldn't help but be surprised by the girl in a black dress. "Why, didn't the Queen of Chilly Winter mention me to you?" The girl in a black dress smiled slightly. The little princess blinked doubtfully and shook her head, subconsciously. The girl in a black dress put the book with a golden cover on the table and walked lightly to the little princess. She whispered in front of the little princess, "I can be considered as your elder sister." "Elder sister?" The little princess of Chilly Winter widened her eyes in astonishment. "You don't believe me?" the girl in a black dress suddenly asked. The little princess suddenly shook her head and thought for a while. She said, "I'm just curious. People in the royal palace said that you are very scary. You have fangs and can eat people. There is a kind of creature that also has fangs. But in terms of appearance, it is considered beautiful." The girl in a black dress smiled and said, "So having fangs is not necessarily scary. Moreover, the taste of human flesh is salty and not delicious." "Oh, so that's how it is." The little princess of Chilly Winter nodded and said in surprise, "This is the first time I know that human flesh is salty." "So, even if you know that I am the witch, you are not afraid?" the girl in a black dress asked suddenly. The little princess of Chilly Winter shook her head. "I am not afraid because your eyes are like snow elves. I know that you will not hurt me. I don't look like snow elves. It doesn't matter if you say that I look like blood." The girl in a black dress said indifferently, "But there is one thing. I will not hurt you. I will only protect you. Where is this place?" The little princess walked down from the bed and walked to the window. She opened the window and faced the wind. "So beautiful. This place is different from the royal palace. This is where I live for the time being." The girl in a black dress said softly, "You will also live here for the next few days." The little princess quickly said, "This can't be. Mother will be worried. I've already spoken to the queen." The girl in a black dress continued softly, "She has also allowed you to stay here for a few days." "Really?" The little princess widened her eyes in disbelief and then hesitated. "But this why?" The girl in a black dress said, "Because I am your elder sister. As sisters, do we need a reason to live together? It seems to be like this." The little princess blinked her eyes, and then a burst of excitement suddenly appeared. She said with expectation, "This is the first time I have spent the night outside the royal palace. Can I look around?" "Of course." The girl in a black dress said softly, "All the rooms here will be open to you. You can also order the dwarves outside." "Okay, seeing the little princess of chilly winter walking out of the room with curiosity and excitement, the girl in a black dress did not follow her. Her eyes fell on the golden cover book on the table again. Miss Luea's diary. She stroked it with her fingers, but there are still a few pages missing. With that, she closed the book again and pressed her palm directly on the cover. The world in the book was chaotic, like a pile of scattered building blocks. It needed to be sorted out again to restore its original order. It may be because the process of collecting the pages was too rough, or it may be because the Book of Gaia had been used in an incorrect way. She actually didn't know the right way to open it, but her intuition seemed to be guiding her. This was a gift from a higher level of life to her. It was infinitely close to the state of being born with knowledge. It seems that the workload is not small. The girl in a black dress said thoughtfully, 3 days should be enough. Outside the window, in the snow-covered courtyard of the mansion, the chilly winter princess was curiously walking to the bearded dwarf brother who was rolling in the snow. The little girl asked in an innocent voice, "What are you doing?" "Snow White, Snow White, we are rich." Holy Land. After careful consideration, Lady Nan decided to change into Senior Yulia's avatar again. She floated in the wind above the Holy Land mainly because it saved her energy. Anyway, she didn't know where Senior 11 was at this time. She could only try her luck everywhere. This is Senior 11. Senior Yulia couldn't help but blink, wondering if her luck was back. Senior. On the street, Madanzo, Barbaria, and another guy in a black robe were quickly passing through the streets. Madanzo even looked at a particularly exaggerated, sniper-like weapon. "Senior, it's me. The moment the voice sounded, Madanzo's face changed slightly. She looked at the person waving at her. Who else could it be but Senior Yulia? Metatro's face was filled with gratitude, and he strode toward Senior Yulia. Senior Yulia also opened her arms, and it had been a long time since they last saw each other. "Senior, newcomer. Senior, newcomer. Senior." Her shoulders suddenly sank, and she couldn't help but bend down. At this moment, Madanzo nimbly stepped over her. Senior Yulia couldn't help but blink. Beside her, Barbaria and the guy in the black robe also passed by Yulia, one by one without stopping. The senior sister immediately felt that something was wrong. She saw a figure approaching her at a terrifying speed. When she focused her eyes, senior sister, Yulia, seemed to have ascended to the heavens in an instant. The uvula in her throat was almost tied up. Sword King General. Why is this guy here? A man in white clothes with a white sword in his hand moved swiftly like a dragon. It was the King's Sword General Dijuin. Senior Yulia's heart collapsed as she roared, F***CK, and instantly caught up with the people who had already run far away. How did you guys provoke this monster? Yulia almost cursed it out loud. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come down to meet them. It's a long story. The audience doesn't like to hear it. Just accept this setting. Madanzo quickly opened and closed her mouth. Barbaria is injured? Only then did the senior notice that Barbaria's face was a bit pale. He even covered his abdomen with his hand, and blood kept flowing out. This guy in white is a bit difficult to deal with. Madanzo couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, this guy in white is a bit strange. Otherwise, he would have caught up with us. Look, he's picking up trash again. The King's Sword General, Dijuin, the sharpest sword in the world, has his eyes on us. We can't escape. The guy in the black robe suddenly said, It's good that one of us can escape. There's no need for all of us to die here. It's worth it to be able to see the sunlight of the Holy Land again. Remember what I said. After I die, find the successor of my will. Good. You're indeed a great hero. You're selfless. Madanzo praised. I'll remember you. Then, I'll leave the heavy responsibility of blocking the guy in white to you. Next year, I'll definitely sweep your grave. Trust me, I'm a man of my words." The guy in the black robe glared at Madanzo fiercely. He gritted his teeth and said, "Remember what you said." "Senior, I have an idea," the senior said quickly. "An idea?" Senior sister, Yulia, didn't say anything at this time. She just waved her hand and patted a trash can on the street when she passed by it. Then she rushed to another trash can in front and waved her hand and patted it again. No one knew what she was going to do. They didn't care about what she was going to do. This was because the King's Sword General had already appeared in front of them. The sword light was piercingly cold. This was a terrifying opponent that made Barbaria, who was once the runner-up of the Holy Land swordsmanship competition, unable to draw his sword. To be able to die in the hands of the King's Sword General, as a swordsman, it should be the greatest honor. However, Barbaria still pulled out his sword. The light blade slowly spat out. The King's Sword General looked at Barbaria and said calmly, "You can barely do it. It's a pity that you have too many distracting thoughts." Madanzo didn't have so many lines. The big weapon that she took from Queen Angelique had been adjusting and charging. It was already at the maximum power and could be shot at any time. He was just waiting for the best opportunity to attack. Obviously, this wasn't the best opportunity to attack, but it was an unexpected opportunity. In the instant that the Sword King was speaking, an enormous flash of light directly rushed out. The enormous flash of light almost covered the entire avenue of the long street. The flash rushed out for almost 100 meters. The terrifying power even vaporized the buildings on both sides of the street. A huge deep hole was left on the original street. However, the King's Sword General was unharmed. The white sword was stabbed into the ground. He stood behind the white sword, his white clothes still spotless. "It's really against the rules." Madanzo clicked her tongue, and the annihilator she was carrying fell to the ground, mainly because it became hot after being released at full power. "Young master, you go first." At this moment, Babalius shouted in a deep voice and directly leaped out with his lightsaber. Right at this time, an arm directly grabbed Babalia's ankle and pulled him back. It was actually Senior Sister, Yulia, who had run off to mess with the trash on the street. "You! Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Senior, Yulia, waved her hand. "Although it's a bit rushed, I still prepared a gift for you. King's Sword General." The King's Sword General, Dijuan, frowned subconsciously. He actually didn't have a good impression of this woman. "This is..." The black-robed figure subconsciously looked behind him, and his expression became strange. Those rubbish bins were arranged in a line, and each of them even grew hands and feet. At this moment, they sucked in air and began to expand. "Shoot! Rubbish bin shooters!" The King's Sword General's eyes narrowed, and then he opened his mouth slightly. He saw a sky full of rubbish being thrown at him instantly. Banana peels, cans, eggshells, paper balls. Probably paper balls with snot blown on them. The King's Sword General stared at the backs of Yulia and the others who turned around to escape. As soon as he took a step, he gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Instantly, the air condensed into a whirlwind and began to gather the rubbish on the ground, mainly to make it easier to pick up the rubbish. Finally, the figures disappeared at the end of the long street. Before disappearing, Yulia even lifted a corner of a manhole cover. The long street, except for the traces of destruction, was once again clean and tidy. Even the rubbish bin shooters were neatly stacked together. Of course, the hands and feet of the rubbish bin shooters were neatly cut off and arranged neatly on the ground. The King's Sword General walked to the manhole cover that was lifted and closed it again. Then he heaved a sigh of relief, stood up, and wiped his forehead with a satisfied expression. "It's still the same, Dijuan." A voice came from the side. A figure walked out of the alley with a smile on her face. I was going to pretend that I didn't see it, but isn't it a bit too noisy? The King's Sword General frowned and slightly tilted his head Angelique? The figure appeared. It was Princess Angelique. Chapter 22-25. I didn't expect that we would be able to successfully escape from that lord. In the spacious sewer, Babalia's incredulous and emotional voice sounded in the darkness. They had been hiding in this part of the sewer for a while. There was no movement outside. But speaking of which, how did you think of using those trash cans to attract the attention of the Sword King General? That kind of monster-level guy? Madanzo looked at Yulia suspiciously. Senior, didn't you say that guy liked to clean up randomly? I had an idea and took the risk. The senior hurriedly whispered in her ear. You're such a clever little brat. Metatro narrowed his eyes. Yulia pretended that she didn't see anything and hurriedly asked, Senior, who is this guy? Is it going to be a long story again? She looked at the comrade in the black robe. Madanzo shook her head and simply explained the origin of the comrade in the black robe. Yulia listened, and her gaze became strange. Then she was shocked. The legendary hero, who almost proposed another solution between humans and mythical creatures with one kick? The creator, Great Emperor Califar? The lumberjack in the palace who had a lot of connections with the boss? Senior, if you have the ability, why don't you kick me? Are you kidding me? Anyway, that's what the legend says. Madanzo shrugged and said indifferently. As for him, he said so himself. Yulia instantly fell silent. At this moment, the legendary Emperor Kai suddenly looked at Yulia and said with a frown, If I'm not wrong, what you used before should be the long-lost transformation witchcraft of the witch clan, right? What transformation witchcraft? Yulia opened her mouth, and then she hurriedly frowned. In the next second, she changed her expression and looked at the legendary Emperor Kai with vigilance. The reason why she changed her expression in the next second was that Madanzo secretly stepped on her. It seems to be true. Kai Huang nodded affirmatively. He sighed and said, Only the most advanced transfiguration spells can make a dead object come to life. I didn't expect to see this kind of witchcraft again after the mythological war. It's great that the witch's inheritance hasn't been completely broken. Yulia secretly glanced at Madanzo. Madanzo, on the other hand, hinted that this legendary Emperor Kai might be a guy with a screw loose in his head. She suggested that she might as well use her identity as the successor of the witches to temporarily interact with Emperor Kai. He didn't know when it started, but these two fellows had developed a high level of tacit understanding. They could actually understand each other just by looking at each other. Young master, this is not a good place to stay. Babalia suddenly interrupted their conversation. I'm afraid that the fact that we escaped from Her Highness Manor has already been exposed. In addition, the Sword King General has already seen us. I'm afraid that the future of the Count's family will be full of thorns. Madanzo asked for the time being, Babalia, what do you think? Babalia said, the cause of this all started when His Highness the Prince was kidnapped. In order to appease Her Highness Angelique's anger and clear our suspicion, the only way now is for us to personally find His Highness the Prince. If there's anyone who can settle all of this, it's only Prince Cicero. Main mission, get. Madanzo and Yulia looked at each other and then nodded. Then let's do that. Babalia said, with our current situation, it's probably not easy to obtain information through normal means. The only thing we can do now is to contact those guys. Those guys? Yulia subconsciously asked, which guys? Babalia said with a serious expression, those rats hiding in the sewers of the Holy Land. The Holy Land. The Holy Land is the Holy Land, and the underground is a world where all kinds of monsters and monsters exist. Where there was light, there would be darkness. This was universal. The Holy Land had an extremely advanced sewer system built over hundreds of years. The underground sewers were like a giant maze, and there were many groups of people who couldn't walk under the sun. The group in front of him was probably one of these groups. The young man in the baseball cap thought as he was carried by the burly man all the way. Not long after, the youth wearing the baseball cap was also brought to an underground room covered by a curtain. "Boss, there's a good guy here." The big man threw the youth wearing the baseball cap to the ground and pointed at the children behind him, explaining the situation. The boss the big man spoke of was a guy with a cross-shaped scar on his face and had the aura of a handsome uncle. The youth wearing the baseball cap couldn't help but take another look. In the underground room, Yen was lying on a shabby beach chair and looking at a yellowed map. Hearing this, he put away the map and sat up, looking at the children behind the big man. "How many times has it been?" The children looked at each other and lowered their heads as if they knew they were in the wrong. Yi Yen shook his head and sighed. "I won't hit you, but if I leave you alone, who knows what you'll do next time? Do you really want to join us?" "Boss, just take us in. We've already grown up and can do big things. You can only do small things now." Yi Yen's boss laughed. The children's faces instantly turned red. Yi Yen's boss waved his hand and smiled. "How about this? I'll temporarily set up a reserve group for you today. The reserve group will coordinate with us and mainly do some logistical work, but you have to obey the management. When you're officially adults, based on your performance, you can be promoted to official members." "Really?" Yi Yen's boss smiled and said, "After all, I don't want you to do big things every now and then. It's settled then. You can think of the name of the reserve group yourselves. Jaeger, bring these children out first." "Okay, boss." The big man replied and pushed the children away as if he was herding sheep. "Uncle, we're part of the reserve group. Now be polite." Okay, reserve group. Reserve group. We don't even have a name yet." "We've already thought of it. We'll call it the Wind Youth Group." "But it doesn't sound good. How about Storm Chaser?" "You can call it whatever you want. Are you leaving or not?" The voices gradually faded away. Yi Yen's boss just smiled and then looked seriously at the young man in the baseball cap who had been sitting quietly on the ground. Their eyes met. Yi Yen's boss suddenly walked in front of the young man and squatted down. A small knife appeared in his hand as if by magic, and he untied the young man's hands that were tied. "Looking at how calm you are, I don't think we scared you." Yi Yen's boss chuckled and then said indifferently, "I wonder why the Radiant Moon clan's big shot came to this place. We don't have anything to offer in a place like this." "Huh." The young man in the baseball cap blinked and said, "In such a situation, does that mean there are people from the Radiant Moon clan here?" Yi Yen's boss didn't answer directly. Instead, he suddenly looked behind him and shouted, "Tomorrow!" He saw a little girl with her eyes closed. She had long silver hair and slightly black hair. At this moment, she seemed to be slightly nervous as she grabbed the wall and slowly walked out. The moment he saw the little girl, the young man in the baseball cap seemed to understand. "I see mixed blood. That's right." Yi Yen's boss said indifferently, "Tomorrow is a mixed blood of the Radiant Moon clan. As for her background, I don't plan to tell you for now." The young man in the baseball cap curiously walked in front of the little girl, Tomorrow. He looked left and right with a face full of surprise. He rubbed his chin and said, "What a strange ability. You should be able to hide yourself, right? That's why I didn't feel your presence until now." The little girl hid behind Yi Yen's boss. Her delicate body trembled slightly. "Tomorrow, you're afraid of him?" Yi Yen couldn't help but frown. He had never seen Tomorrow like this, even when she was facing the Radiant Moon clan in the Holy Land. "Special." The little girl nodded lightly and said in a nervous and fearful voice, "Dark Moon. Dark Moon?" Yi Yen's boss looked suspiciously at the smiling young man in the baseball cap. His eyes were so pure that there was almost no difference between good and evil. "It would appear that an extraordinary character has come to this tiny place of mine." Yi Yen's boss calmed down and sneered. "So I should be wary of you. It's best if I kill you before you make a move. That's the best plan." The young man in the baseball cap suddenly said, "Yi Yen, the leader of Drowning Dogs." In these years, you've been very diligent. You've already pushed Drowning Dogs to the top 10 of the bounty list. You're a guy that gives the Holy Land government a headache." Yi Yan's boss instantly waved his hand, and the small knife in his hand shot out like lightning. But what surprised Yi Yan was that the small knife he swung out easily pierced the chest of the young man in the baseball cap. The other party didn't dodge at all. He didn't even try to block it. This wasn't an illusion. The knife had truly pierced into the chest of the baseball-capped youth, but he seemed to be completely fine and was still able to radiate that kind of pure smile. A year ago, a batch of weapons was mysteriously stolen from the armory. Among them, there was this specially made throwing knife-type annihilator. "It seems that you guys were the ones who did it." The young man in the baseball cap pulled out the throwing knife from his chest slowly. The ranking of Drowning Dogs should be moved up a little. The wound on his chest had strangely disappeared. Even the punctured hole in his clothes was being repaired at this moment. Yi Yan's eyes were filled with horror. The little girl behind him, Ming Ming, grabbed the corner of his clothes tightly. Yi Yan's boss took a deep breath and said calmly, "If you can testify for this big case and make this useless guy's reputation bigger, I'll be very grateful." The young man in the baseball cap played with the small knife in his hand and suddenly laughed. "Even if this matter is announced, the ranking of Drowning Dogs will only be moved up by one place at most. For things like the bounty list, it's meaningless if you don't reach the top." Yi Yan's boss shrugged and said, "Climbing the tower is too tiring. We also have to be on guard against the backstabbing of this guy. Then what if the latecomer can never catch up with us?" The young man in the baseball cap narrowed his eyes. "For example, do an earth-shattering and unprecedented big thing." "Oh," Yi Yan said casually, "what kind of big thing?" The young man in the baseball cap threw the small knife in his hand at Yan. It fell into Yi Yan's hand without much strength. Then he said, slowly, "For example, something like assassinating the emperor." The atmosphere seemed to have frozen in an instant. The expressionless leader of Yi Yan, the young man with the baseball cap, suddenly said, "There's a rumor that I don't know where it came from. It says that in the palace there is a prince who can't be killed no matter what. It seems that the rumor is true." "Ayaya." The young man in the baseball cap blinked his eyes. "You saw through it so quickly. What happens next will be a lot less happy. This isn't a good start." Yi Yan heaved a sigh of relief slowly. He casually put the flying dagger back into the bag and said calmly, "Then I wonder if your highness is just joking about the assassination of the emperor." "I'm serious." The young man in the baseball cap said excitedly, "Hey, how about we form a big assassination alliance? We'll unite all the fiercest criminals in the Holy Land and fight them into the palace. This is a revolution." This guy, Yi Yan, couldn't help but re-evaluate this young man in front of him. His eyes were still pure, and there was no good or evil in them. But his smile was like a devil's at this moment. A shiver ran down Yi Yan's spine. A drop of cold sweat quietly slid down his temples. "He's serious." A sudden realization appeared in Yi Yan's mind. At this moment, a slight vibration came. It seemed to come from the ground. Yi Yan frowned and hurriedly opened the curtain and walked out of the basement. What happened? Outside, the members of Drowning Dogs were in a hurry. Soon, a young man hurriedly walked in with a frightened expression. "Boss, it's not good. The Purging Knights and the Royal Knights have activated that weapon." The young man swallowed and said, "The Holy Land has officially entered the 3rd level of alert." "That weapon?" Yi Yan's expression changed drastically. He said in disbelief, "They really activated the God-destroying weapon? Why? Even if it's to find the prince, it's not worth it." The young man said, "The clown has just announced that at noon tomorrow he will behead Prince Cicero." Chapter 22-26. The time was tomorrow at noon, when the sun was at its highest. The location was not specified. However, The flyers used to announce the news were scattered all over the streets of the Holy Land like snow. The purging knights wanted to suppress the news, but they couldn't do anything about it. God-destroying artifact, the ultimate weapon of the ancient era. It was the most powerful weapon in the battlefield between humans and mythical creatures. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was the cornerstone of victory in the mythical war. So that's the God-destroying artifact. In the sky above the Holy Land, there was a huge object floating. It was like a whale swimming in the sky, and its body was black and silver. Around this huge, God-destroying artifact, there were a shocking number of floating cannons. The king of the sky, Leviathan, requires at least 10,000 people to control it. It's one of the 3 ultimate, God-destroying artifacts in the royal family. Babalia's solemn voice sounded. They were hiding in a narrow alley, and beside them was a manhole that had just been opened, Medanzo and her group. The narrow sky above them was almost covered by this huge object, and this part of the Holy Land seemed to have ushered in darkness. Yulia looked at the haze in the sky in disbelief, and she suddenly felt helpless. This thing definitely wasn't something that humans could resist. Compared to the Leviathan, the giant in the underground temple that she created in the Wraith world was like a child. It won't take long for this thing to completely raze the Holy Land to the ground. Could it be that if Prince Cicero doesn't come out, they're going to directly blow up the entire Holy Land? Senior Sister Yulia rubbed her forehead and said, "Holy Land?" At this moment, Emperor Kai suddenly sneered and said, "Do you know that the so-called Holy Land has moved more than 5 times since the mythical creature war ended? Pure-blooded nobles, enjoy the support of all humans. The world is so big, so how can there not be a second or third place that is suitable to be turned into a Holy Land? Also, by using the God-destroying artifact, it shows the royal family's attitude. Won't compromise." Medanzo shook her head and said thoughtfully, "It seems that the so-called world Prince Cicero isn't as important as we thought." "No, this is a psychological battle," Emperor Kai said in a deep voice. "Let's see if strange thief clown really won't show up. When the time is up tomorrow, we'll execute Cicero." Yulia asked with a frown, "What if he really doesn't show up and completes the announcement? Then Leviathan will really raze the entire Holy Land to the ground and bury the people of the Holy Land." Kai Huang snorted coldly. To the founding emperor, be it pure-blood nobles, commoners, or demi-humans, they were all playthings that he could create as long as he had enough time. "Quick, look." Babalia suddenly pointed with his finger. That was the airspace used by the Holy Land to park airships. At this moment, a luxurious airship was rapidly leaving the airspace and heading towards the Holy Land. Immediately after, a huge beam of light tore through the sky, annihilating the entire airship without leaving behind any remains. "That seems to be the airship of Count Donlio's family." Babalia gasped. "A pure-blood count's family? What's that above your head?" Yulia's expression changed slightly. "You have one too." Medanzo frowned and looked above her head. "I have one too? This is a death mark." Emperor Kai said calmly, "This is the ability of the King of the Sky, Leviathan. It can indiscriminately mark all living things within its detection range and then use the floating cannons to accurately attack them." Everyone's expression changed drastically. Emperor Kai said calmly, "But you don't have to be too scared. After all, as long as you run fast enough, they won't be able to hit you." Babalia hurriedly said, "Young master, I heard that pure blood noble's coat of arms can remove this mark. Hurry up and get rid of it. I'll think of another way." Medanzo shivered and said with a solemn expression, "Babalia, we've already come to this point. Do you want me to abandon you and live alone? If we live together. If we die together. There should be a limit to shamelessness, okay?" Yulia rolled her eyes at Medanzo. "Young master," Babalia shouted excitedly. Medanzo continued, "I'll hold on until the last moment. I can't let you bear the danger of death alone. Babalia, you've always been taking care of me. At this moment, let me do my best to share some of the burden with you. Young master. The noble's deacon's eyes were red and emotional. Babalia, young master. Babalia. This should have been a very touching scene. However, Emperor Kai frowned and muttered, why do I feel that this brat isn't a good person? Be more confident. Get rid of your feelings. Yulia said softly. The last descendant of the witch clan. Emperor Kai patted her shoulder and said, I once fought with your ancestors against the royal family of Radiant Moon. Your ancestor, Witch of Rain, saved me back then. This time, it's time for me to repay the kindness of those years. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I'll ensure your safety. I heard that you're carrying a metal dragon bone with a sealed power. Senior sister, Yulia, didn't feel any pressure at all. She gratefully accepted this gift that didn't exist. Young master, maybe there's someone who can help us. After the excitement, Babalia said very calmly. Metatro blinked. He knew that he would be able to unlock more Z and more storyline quests by increasing her favorability. Who? Yulia asked curiously. The Demoness of Chaos under the sacred land. Babalia took a deep breath and said, even the creatures living in the underground world of the sacred land don't dare to come into contact with a terrifying, taboo existence. Seeing Babalia's solemn expression, Yulia couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Taboo. That's right. She's an ominous person who will suffer as long as you approach her. Babalia took a deep breath and said, as long as you're within 10 meters of the Demoness of Chaos, you'll choke to death even if you drink water. There's someone more unlucky than me. Yulia couldn't help but widen her eyes in disbelief. Medanzo frowned and said, Babalia, does this Demoness of Chaos have some special ability? That's right. Babalia said seriously, the Demoness of Chaos has future vision and can make precognitive dreams. Perhaps we can find a way to resolve this crisis through her. Can the Sacred Land government allow such a person to exist? Yulia asked doubtfully. Babalia said, it's not that they don't care, but they can't do anything. It's rumored that even the 7 royal generals took action. But in the end, the Demoness of Chaos was fine. I heard from a brother in the palace that the royal general of heaven, Lord Fushi, also privately expressed that he didn't want to take on the Demoness of Chaos anymore. Fushi is also afraid of a Demoness? Kai Huang couldn't help but frown. I'm interested to see what kind of ominous person she is. As for future vision, even in the age of mythology, it's just a legend. Medanzo and Yulia suddenly looked at each other and read each other's eyes in tacit understanding. Main mission 10%, 20%. The mark was a dark red cross sword. The moment it appeared, it was erased by Angelique's gaze. Her Highness snorted coldly. Bismarck isn't qualified to use Leviathan, even with Fushi's authorization. It can only be done by Fushi himself. This damn guy, what does he want to do? Maybe Her Majesty wants to do something. The King of Sword General beside Her Highness said coldly, don't forget that Leviathan used to belong to the little princess. Queen Angelique snorted lightly. Her Highness waved her sleeves and turned to leave. June, come with me to find that unlucky woman. Can I refuse? The King of Sword in white said expressionlessly. Angelide glanced back with a cold glint in her eyes. A golden emblem was faintly discernible on her forehead. The Sword King General could only sigh, not saying anything else, and silently followed. The underground maze of the Holy Land was much bigger than expected. At this moment, the Drowning Dogs group was walking in a passageway that was filled with vines and was filled with a foul stench, heading downwards. The transportation was a few floating cars that were repaired from the garbage dump, the kind that could really float and fly. Even the free cities didn't seem to have such advanced technology. What Daphne didn't understand was that there were all kinds of strange tools in this world. For example, the circus of dreams that could walk on its own. The entire Drowning Dogs team was on the move. After the chaos in the Holy Land, the leader, Yen, immediately gave the order to take action. Caliana, do you know where we are going? Daphne couldn't help but ask in a low voice. I heard that we are going to find someone. Caliana shook her head. That leader doesn't seem to have the patience to explain to you right now. Daphne nodded and didn't say anything else. Instead, she silently sat in a corner and subconsciously touched her lower abdomen. I shouldn't have believed Caliana so easily. Daphne sighed inwardly. Daphne, do you feel that we have seen the young man sitting next to Yen somewhere before? Caliana asked with a serious expression. Daphne responded softly. Caliana suddenly asked, Does he look like the prince we saw in the manor? How come? But it seemed like the driver of the leading car was the leader of Drowning Dogs, Yen. The person sitting in the passenger seat wasn't the little girl Ming Ming, but the young man in the baseball cap. It was Prince Desolate. I didn't expect that you would know that witch. Prince Desolate asked curiously, How did you avoid that witch's curse? I used to be very handsome, Yen said suddenly. Prince Desolate blinked. And then I got this scar on my face and I wasn't handsome anymore, Yen said indifferently, after I met that witch. Prince Desolate blinked and said, But I think you are very handsome now, right? Yen didn't continue the conversation. He just focused on driving the car. Soon, the team drove out of the vines and stinky tunnel and came to a bright place. If the entire sewer world was like a stinking hell, then the space in front of him was like an immortal paradise. The surroundings were filled with glowing plants. In this underground world, there was actually a peaceful and tranquil tree. The motorcade rushed out of the pipeline and landed in the woods below. The strange thing was that the car, which had been in good condition all the way, had all kinds of problems the moment it rushed out of the pipeline. There were even cases where the front of the car had exploded before it even landed. Everyone was agile, so they wouldn't get hurt when they landed from this height. But someone stepped on *T. Damn it! Why do I have a strong urge to go to the toilet as soon as I land? Seeing that everyone was in trouble, the Yen leader said directly, From here, the deeper you go, the more unlucky things you will encounter. But don't be afraid. Usually no one will die. Everyone follow me. Don't get lost. Although this forest can make people have bad luck, there will be a lucky road among all the roads. No one will die. I've walked on it. No one will die. With that, the Yen leader took the lead and walked into the forest. Seeing this, everyone had to follow him anxiously. Prince Desolate followed behind Yen with a relaxed face and suddenly said, I see. The amount of unlucky things is fixed. The more people there are, the less unlucky things they will get. No wonder you took everyone with you. Why didn't you take everyone in your camp with you? That's too slow. It's fine as long as they can bear it. Yen said indifferently, Also, do you really think that the amount of unlucky things here is fixed? Prince Desolate shrugged and said, I don't know. I've never been here before. Yen said slowly, The amount of unlucky things depends on the mood of the witch inside. If she's happy to the extreme, the unlucky things will become infinitely big. So the witch's mood now, Prince Desolate was startled and said, is quite bad. Probably. Yen nodded in a bad mood. It was naturally not a good thing that the person he wanted to ask for help was in a bad mood. You bullied me. You deadhead. Big bad guy. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. In the depths of the forest, there was a dense mist. In front of a unique wooden house, a figure suddenly broke out of the door with his face covered. Then he directly fell on the street. His forehead even hit a small sharp stone, and his head instantly broke. Why am I so unlucky? He cried with an aggrieved face. End of this chapter. Chapter 22-27. Rumble. Suddenly the whole place shook. The sharp sword light destroyed all the filth on the way. Finally, the passage became extremely clean, as if it had been scraped by a scraper. Princess Angelique covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, walking through the cleaned passage with a slight frown. The King of Sword was clearing the way ahead. Obviously, this job was very suitable for him. Suddenly, the King of Sword stopped. Someone has been here. They should have just passed through. Princess Angelique chuckled. It seems that many people have thought of this, but I don't know if they can make it to that unlucky woman. Hurry up. After all, I don't like to fall behind others. Just fall behind? The King of Sword suddenly asked. Her Highness said indifferently, You can see it clearly later. The King of Sword waved his sword expressionlessly, continuing to clean the filth in front of the passage. It's here. In front of them was a huge, bottomless pit in this labyrinthine sewer world. The edge of the pit wasn't even. Instead, it was densely covered with sharp stone spikes. The surface of the pit was like a huge mouth of a ferocious beast. The whistling airflow sounded like the crying of ghosts. Senior Sister Yulia and the others approached the edge of the pit, looking down. The witch you mentioned is under this abyss. Senior Sister Yulia couldn't help but frown. Babalia led them here. There was no problem on the way, but there was a problem before they came to the pit. According to Babalia, this was the only way to meet the Muddy Witch. If one could safely land on the ground after jumping into the deep pit, the Muddy Witch would answer one question. The more one jumped, the more one answered. It was a fair trade. Is there no other way? Medanzo thought for a while and asked. Babalia shook his head. This is a method passed down in the underground world. Every year, many desperate people want to see the turbid witch through this pit, and they choose to jump down from here. Have they succeeded? I don't know. Babalia shook his head and said, I heard that as long as someone jumped down, they would never appear again, so I don't know if they have ever succeeded or not. Yulia said suspiciously, since no one has ever confirmed it. Who knows if this witch's vision of the future is real or not? Babalia frowned as he looked at Senior Yulia. He said coldly, regardless of whether it's true or not, the royal general's crusade against the witch did happen before. Even today, the legend of the witch still exists. The senior sister shook her head and said, Let's just treat this as a bottomless abyss. With the Empire's technology, it's unlikely that people will fall to their deaths. After all, this isn't the barbaric era. Babalia didn't say anything. He took out a pistol-shaped annihilator from his pocket and took out a crystal the size of a fingertip from it. The God Destroyer crystal is the source of all power. After saying that, Babalia threw the crystal net into the pit. The crystal that was emitting a faint light dimmed the moment it fell into the pit's horizontal line. Medanzo and her senior looked at each other. Someone once did an experiment with a rope. Babalia said calmly, Once you enter the pit, everything will stop, including your thoughts. The experiment lasted for 5 hours, but after the person was pulled out, it felt like only a few seconds had passed. Senior, Yulia, didn't believe it and reached her hand into the pit. The moment she put her hand in, she lost all feeling in her hand. She had no choice but to pull her hand back. What's going on? Medanzo asked with a frown. It's strange. Senior, Yulia, shook her head and said, If it wasn't for the fact that there was no other way, I wouldn't have chosen to jump down. Medanzo thought for a bit and said, Babalia, since you brought us here, there must be some other way to solve the witch. Is there something you haven't explained? Babalia nodded and said, There is indeed a way that can allow people to reach the end safely. Very few people know about it. I only saw it in the records of the Golden Clan's secret cave. That's why I can do it. However, this is the first time. You're from the Golden Clan? Emperor Kai looked at Babalia coldly with a sharp gaze. Babalia nodded in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Emperor Kai coldly snorted and said, "Traitor!" Babalia didn't reply. He just looked at Madanzo and said, "Young master, there's no time to lose. Please believe in me. I will definitely let you reach the end safely. You won't have any problems jumping into this pit." Madanzo didn't say anything. No one knew what she was thinking. Emperor Kai said calmly, "Little brat, don't worry and jump down. Since this guy said that there won't be any problems, then there won't be any problems. After all, this is an opportunity that he exchanged with his life." Senior Emperor Kai? Yulia looked over. Babalia's expression changed slightly. Emperor Kai sneered and said, "If I'm not wrong, this pit is the mouth of the giant serpent of mortal world, right? I didn't expect that there would be a giant serpent of mortal world, as corpse buried under this holy ground. You're really the Emperor Kai of the Shadow Clan?" Babalia frowned. Emperor Kai snorted and looked at Madanzo. "Little brat, this servant of yours that you tricked into not distinguishing between north and south seems like he's planning to sacrifice himself so that you can pass through the serpent's mouth. You should be very grateful. How ironic. The Golden Clan, that used to be the vanguard against the humans, is now planning to sacrifice himself for the nobles of the humans. It seems like the proud Golden Clan is really thoroughly tamed." Babalia said calmly, "The Golden Clan is never a formation of mythical creatures. We will only fight for our master." Emperor Kai snorted coldly. "You clearly have unlimited potential, yet you insist on finding a master. Tell me, are you all born to be despicable?" Babalia sneered and said, "If you're really the Emperor Kai of the legends, then even if you don't use me, you'll still be fine. Your weight is definitely enough. The most important thing is that Emperor Kai is only a piece of trash that is restricted by the metal dragon bone. It's been many years since someone dared to speak like this in front of me." A cold smile appeared on Emperor Kai's face, and a huge killing intent suddenly erupted. "I think you Brett never planned to sacrifice yourself. You're actually plotting against me, right? Even Califar can't kill me. I want to see if you, this little brat from the Golden Clan, have the ability to do so." Swords were drawn. Yulia couldn't help but blink her eyes. Suddenly infighting. Isn't this something that only happens when there's a formation of villains? The two of them exchanged glances. Babalia's expression hardened, and he slowly took out his lightsaber. As for Emperor Kai, behind him, there was suddenly a violent sound of metal scraping against each other. The metal dragon bone didn't break, but it was shaking violently. "Stop arguing." At this moment, Madanzo's voice suddenly sounded. They saw that he had unknowingly walked to the deep pit, pinching his sleeves and putting his hand into the deep pit. Everyone looked at him. Madanzo shrugged. "I think I've thought of a way to go down." After saying that, Madanzo suddenly jumped lightly and directly jumped into the deep pit. "Young master!" Seeing this, Babalia couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Without thinking, he rushed forward, looking as if he was going to jump in as well. But in that instant, a blinding light suddenly shot out from the deep pit. The powerful light instantly illuminated the entire area where the deep pit was. This seems to be the Radiant Clan's. Emperor Kai blocked the light with his hand, but his eyes were full of surprise. The light pillar that shot up to the sky slowly dissipated. At the same time, Madanzo climbed out from the deep pit again. He patted the dust on his shoulder and said indifferently, "Now it's okay. I mean, go down normally." "What did you do?" Emperor Kai looked at Madanzo in disbelief. Madanzo said indifferently, "It's nothing. I just purified a certain soul that refused to leave. Probably it's the soul of the so-called giant serpent of mortal world that you mentioned." Emperor Kai was instantly bewildered and didn't say a word. Babalia quickly took out another crystal and threw it into the deep pit. The crystal continued to shine and fall until a long time later it disappeared. He used his lightsaber to condense a light blade, and the light blade pierced into the deep pit without any difference. He said in surprise and joy, "Without the curse of the giant serpent of mortal world, there are so many ways to go down. Young master, well, go and prepare the tools." Medanzo waved his hand and ordered. Senior Yulia left at this time and asked quietly, "Senior, what happened to you?" Medanzo whispered, "The power that imprisoned me was offset by the power of the giant serpent's curse. So there was a short gap, but it was enough for me to purify it. That is to say, Senior, you're now, in the forest that was like a paradise." The turbid witch, who was applying a wound patch on herself in the mirror, suddenly raised her head. She looked at the peaceful underground sky and couldn't help but frown. The curse was broken? Who? Crack. At this time, a large number of cracks appeared on the mirror in her hand, and it directly broke into pieces. Of course, it wasn't because of the ugliness of this witch, but because the mirror exploded by itself. Instantly, the turbid witch's face changed slightly. She quickly stood up, lifted her skirt, and was about to run into the house. At this time, a small flying knife was nailed to the pillar in front of the house like lightning. The turbid witch was startled, and she stepped on herself and fell down again. This time, her chin directly hit the steps in front of the house. It was painful to look at, but Miss Witch didn't seem to have the time to feel pain. She stared at the knife on the pillar and was distracted for a moment. She suddenly stood up and looked outside the fence of the house. She instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. "Don't come over." Outside the house, the Drowning Dog group appeared. Just like the name of their group, almost everyone was in the same miserable state as the Drowning Dog group. The leader Yi Yan's body was covered with various injuries of different depths. He was even barefooted at this time. Only the young man in the baseball cap looked fine, except for his dirty clothes. "Thank you for taking care of me." Yi Yan walked directly into the courtyard in front of the house and came to the turbid witch. The turbid witch climbed up the stairs, and her body was pressed against the door of the house, shivering. The leader Yi Yan pulled out the small knife from the pillar, and a charming smile appeared on his face. "Long time no see, Miss Ing." "I won't listen. I won't listen. I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything." The turbid witch covered her ears and kept shaking her head. "I don't know anything. Don't ask me. Go die far away." The witch even covered her head and squatted down. Seeing this scene, the members of the Drowning Dog group couldn't help but look at each other. Is this the legendary turbid witch who is extremely terrifying in the underground world? Was there a mistake somewhere? She seems to be afraid of our boss. The leader of Yi Yan suddenly squatted down and said something to the turbid witch. The turbid witch, who had been avoiding the topic, slightly loosened her hands from her ears and then frowned. After a while, the leader of Yi Yan waved his hand, and the little girl, Tomorrow, slowly walked over. When Tomorrow walked to the front of the witch, she was instantly embraced by the witch and crazily stroked. The little girl, Tomorrow, shivered and showed a pitiful look, asking for help. The members almost drew their swords and charged over, but the witch reluctantly let go of the little girl, Tomorrow, and then stood up, tidying up her wrinkled clothes. "Boss indicated that we can go in." Seeing this, the members stepped into the courtyard hesitantly, mainly because they had encountered too many unlucky things along the way. Although the problems weren't fatal, they were extremely uncomfortable. "Come, let me introduce her to everyone." The leader of Yi Yan said with a smile, "This is the legendary witch. I usually call her Missing. Why don't you greet her?" The members of the Drowning Dog group were startled. Then they immediately bowed 90 degrees and said in a rough voice, "Hello, Missing." The turbid witch rolled her eyes, glanced at the boy in the baseball cap, and said indifferently, "I can't accept the respect of the dark moon." Prince Desolate couldn't help blinking, pointing at himself and saying, "You know me." The turbid witch said indifferently, "I dreamed of you. You died miserably." Everyone was stunned, and they subconsciously looked at the boy in the baseball cap. But the boy in the baseball cap smiled slightly at this time. That should be really miserable. So, how many times have I died? Come in. The witch? Miss Ing said indifferently. Chapter 22-28. Poor. No, it should be simple. There wasn't even a chair in the room. Everyone was sitting on the ground. The Witch of Turbidity was sitting on a shabby cushion. The tea she used to greet them was from the pool outside the room, and it wasn't boiled, because Missing often encountered unfortunate things. Furniture that could turn into murder weapons is basically not kept. The leader of the Yi Yen explained with a smile. After the development, we simply don't want all the furniture. The Witch of Turbidity's face instantly darkened. Miss Ing coughed twice and acted as if nothing had happened. She said indifferently, I've already said that my rule is that if you want to get the answer, you have to go through the test of the mortal pit. You were smuggled in. I have no obligation to answer any of your questions. Everyone couldn't help but look at the leader of the Yi Yen. The Yi Yen shrugged and said, I'm not here to ask anything. I'm here to tell you that the god-destroying weapon, Leviathan, has been activated. In fact, there was a death declaration mark from the god-destroying weapon, Leviathan, above everyone's head. Prince Desolation was no exception. However, the Witch of Turbidity did not have the mark of death. What do you want to do? Miss Ing couldn't help but frown. Of course, we're here to take refuge. The leader of the Yi Yen smiled and said, Anyway, it's only a dead end if we go out. It's a dead end no matter where we go. Why don't we find a beautiful place to be our burial mound? You better stay away from us, Miss Ing said angrily. The temperament of the mysterious, which that she had maintained for less than a few minutes, instantly disappeared. The leader of the Yi Yen said faintly, But don't worry, we definitely won't die in your room. I think the forest outside is quite good. After we die, you don't have to bury our bodies. Just wait for our bodies to decompose naturally and nourish this forest. Really, I won't blame you for not saving me at all, and I won't hate you for being cold-blooded and heartless. Also, even if I die before I die, I will never tell anyone that after so many years, Missing has actually been. Slap! Shut up! The demoness of turbidity slammed her hands on the ground and said while panting, I promise you to stay. Life and death is up to you. I don't have to stay. Instead, I hope I can finish listening to what you just said. Prince Desolate immediately raised his hand. The leader of the Yi Yen directly waved his hand at the Prince Desolate, indicating for him to come closer so that they could have a private conversation. Prince Desolate moved over happily. Flustered, the Witch of Turbidity hurriedly pushed the two of them away. It's decided. You guys stay here for the time being. I'll take care of your meals. Everyone, why aren't you thanking Missing? The leader of Yi Yen waved his hand. Everyone instantly sat up straight and bowed again. The scene was solemn. The Witch of Turbidity couldn't help but sigh, not understanding why things turned out this way. However, since you all agreed to let us stay, the leader of the Yen continued, how about taking in a few more people? Miss Ing frowned. How many? The leader of the Yen said casually, not many, just about 10 people living in the underground. The sewer maze is too big. I don't think I can recognize all the people living in the underground camps. Miss Ing gritted her teeth, but she suddenly calmed down and said with a sigh, bring as many people as you want. But I'll tell you the truth first. I can't guarantee that the people outside can pass through the forest. Like I said, life or death is up to you. Thank you. The leader of the Yen solemnly thanked her and then waved his hand. Some of you come here and go back the way you came. You must evacuate all the people in the camp and come here before tomorrow morning. Indeed, he took action very quickly. The members of the Drowning Dog Legion left in an instant, leaving only a few people in the witch's hut. Daphne and Caliana also stayed because they weren't familiar with the underground world and couldn't help with the evacuation. At this time, Prince Desolate suddenly said, This is probably the real reason why you brought all the members here. Let them familiarize themselves with the way. As for sharing the bad luck, it is just an excuse. No. The leader of the Yen smiled casually and said, when we became sworn brothers, we swore that we would go through thick and thin together. So I can't be the only unlucky one. Huh. Prince Desolate blinked as if he was quite interested in this answer. Why are you still in my house? The Witch of Turbidity suddenly said, I've agreed to let you hide in the forest. If you don't have anything else to do, get out. But tomorrow can stay here. They didn't know when it happened, but the little girl Tomorrow had fallen into the witch's clutches again and was begging for survival in the witch's arms. Ms. Ing, can't you help us find the clown? Yen suddenly asked. The Witch of Turbidity stopped and said indifferently, So what if we find him? What if we can't? Tomorrow the Holy Land will be destroyed. It won't change. The leader of the Yen changed his expression slightly and said with a frown, You have had a dream. Tomorrow. The Witch of Turbidity held the little girl Tomorrow's hand and said, Sister, there's some delicious food in the hut. I'll take you to eat it. Bang dash. At this moment, something broke into the hut and broke the wooden door in an instant. It was the members of the Drowning Dog Legion. They fell to the ground and kept vomiting blood. Seeing this, the leader of the Yen instantly rushed out of the hut. In the courtyard outside the hut, the members of the Drowning Dog Legion were scattered on the ground and couldn't get up. In front of the hut, there were hundreds of horrible scratches. Bo! Boss, run, run! A young man struggled to raise his head. At the same time, a cold light flashed toward the young man's body. The Yen narrowed his eyes and raised his arm. A cold light also shot out. When the two collided, the small knife that the Yen threw out exploded instantly. The cold light also deviated to one side and easily cut a rock in half not far away. The leader of Yen had a solemn expression on his face. In front of him, a white-clothed man was slowly walking over with a sword in his hand. Behind the white-clothed man, there was a gorgeous woman following behind him. The leader of the Yen took a deep breath and chuckled. What's the occasion today? Even the king general is here. And this is the imperial princess of the empire. Outside the hut, the Sword King stopped Jun and said expressionlessly, We just came to find the Turbid Witch. Irrelevant people, please leave. The Yen couldn't help but sneer. This is not the way to ask people to leave. Jun said indifferently, I didn't kill him. He didn't die, but it was only to the extent of not dying. The Yen took a deep breath again and quietly put his hand on the knife bag behind his waist. But at this moment, the Imperial Princess Angelique suddenly snorted. The Imperial Princess looked at the person behind the Yen coldly, desolate. Get out here. I see you. Oh my God, isn't this Sister Huang? The young man wearing a baseball cap walked out of the hut with a smile. It's a good day today. Angelique, Sister Huang, are you also out for an outing? Your Highness, Desolate. The Sword King frowned slightly and put his sword back into the scabbard. Your Highness, Desolate, are you out of the palace? Don't go back and tell on me. Prince Desolate blinked his eyes and said, Humph. The Imperial Princess Angelique snorted. Jun, catch this naughty guy for me. He broke the rules first. You don't need to care about his identity. The Sword King thought for a while and walked out slowly, saying indifferently, I'm sorry, Your Highness. Rules are rules. You can't break them. Please go back with me. I want to go back with you. Prince Desolation sighed. But I really can't leave this place right now because I've been cursed by the Witch of Turbidity. Once I leave this place, something very unfortunate will happen to me, right? You also know that misfortune will bring harm to your family. I don't want my beautiful Imperial Princess, Angelique, to die suddenly on the street. Nonsense, when did I? Miss Ing, who was hiding behind the pillar in the hut, wanted to clarify quickly. But before she finished her words, the Imperial Princess Angelique took the sword from June's hand and stabbed at Prince Desolate. "You've been cursed? Then I have no choice. Let me kill you. I'll just kill you. If you die, the curse will be lifted naturally. What if it can't be lifted? Then I'll kill you one more time, until the curse is gone. It's very painful. Come on, be obedient. Let Sister Huang kill you several times." That pair of brother and sister really did make a move. The imperial princess stabbed Prince Desolate mercilessly one by one. Every sword hit the flesh. Even a life and death enemy was no match for her. But the conversation between the two was like a quarrel. The King of Sword was motionless at this time, as indifferent as a passerby, as if he was not surprised at all. But this shocked the people in Yi Yan. Are they really biological children? The leader of Yi Yan murmured subconsciously. Of course they are. Who is his biological child? The siblings continued to fight and be killed. After an unknown number of moves, Prince Desolate's heart was finally pierced once, and he fell to the ground. However, as soon as he fell, he stood up easily as if nothing had happened. Imperial Princess Angelique, who was sweating all over, continued to wield her sword again. The King of Swords closed his eyes and rested. But at this moment he felt his clothes being gently tugged. The King of Sword opened his eyes instantly. His sharp eyes shot out, but what he saw was a little girl who seemed to have an eye disease. At this moment, the little girl raised a teacup in front of the King of Swords. Emperor Jun frowned and looked up, only to find that Yi Yan was looking at him and greeting him in front of the door. "I'm not thirsty," Emperor Jun said indifferently. Yi Yan also said so. The little girl whispered. He guessed correctly. The King of Sword frowned again and suddenly said, "Are you also Radiant Moon?" The little girl, Ming Ming, shook her head and walked back from the edge of the courtyard with the teacup in her hand. King of Sword, Jun opened his mouth slightly, but didn't take a step forward. He just looked at the door of the wooden house, thoughtfully. "Scones, do you want to eat?" The leader of Yi Yan looked at the little girl and asked. She shook her head. At this time, the turbid witch directly grabbed the scones from Yi Yan. After taking a bite, she asked, "How many times did he die?" 3 times. Yi Yan counted his fingers, but you're right. This guy will die miserably. The turbid witch said indifferently, "That's not what I saw." "Then what's it like?" Yi Yan looked up and asked. The demoness of turbidity immediately shut her mouth. Yi Yan shrugged as if he was used to this. "By the way, is something about to fall?" "Fall down." The turbid witch was startled and suddenly looked up. "Oh, the giant mortal serpent has been purified. I forgot about it." Above the Taoyuan, a huge round plate was falling down rapidly. The place where the witch was falling was the place where she was. "It's going to land. People below, get out of the way." Shouts came directly at this time. "Huh, this sounds like Ms. Yulia's voice." Daphne hurriedly ran out and looked up. On the huge round plate, a figure holding the plate with both hands like a serf was none other than Senior Yulia. The moment she landed, the ground shook a few times. Among the dust, a figure suddenly jumped out. Then she opened her hands and closed her legs before landing steadily on the ground. Full marks! Probably because she had been falling from the sky so often recently. She had gotten a lot of experience. "Miss Yulia!" Daphne hurriedly shouted. "You're here too? What a coincidence!" Yulia subconsciously greeted her and quickly glanced around. When she saw Queen Angelique and the Sword King General, her eyes turned bitter. "It seems that I didn't come at the right time." A sword energy suddenly slashed toward them. It was the Sword King General Dijuan. But this sword attack didn't hit Senior Yulia, but Kaiwang, who was wearing a black robe. The metal dragon bones made loud noises, and strong dark red steam suddenly burst out of Kaiwang's body. The powerful impact instantly pushed everyone away. Kaiwang also kicked out at this moment. The moment the sharp sword energy collided with the horrifying kick, the sharp sword energy instantly dimmed and disappeared. The steam on Kai Huang's body also disappeared. Metatro, who was about to enjoy the show, had a slight change in expression as he muttered, "I've only turned on the cheat for a few minutes, okay? Can I still play?" Yulia subconsciously looked at her hands. She wanted to turn them into mist, but couldn't. She frowned and said, "This feeling seems to be, it's godless realm. And it's the real version, not the 2.0 version. Oh, this be asterisk TCH's voice is so familiar." Senior sister turned around. "Yeah, the B asterisk TCH you're talking about should be me." Prince Desolate greeted her with a smile. Yulia frowned and said, "What do you mean by the real version?" Prince Desolate lifted his chin and pointed at the door of the Witch of Turbidity's hut. A black-haired young man appeared in front of the door. "Boss, Mr. Team Leader?" "Team Leader," they instantly yelled. End of this chapter. Chapter 22-29. He walked out of the Witch of Turbidity's room, which meant that he had been in this room since a long time ago, before everyone arrived. Silence. After the silence, only the Witch of Turbidity's voice slowly sounded. Why did you come out?" The Witch of Turbidity's words instantly proved that his guess was correct. "I was awakened from my afternoon nap, so I came out to see what happened." Captain in front of the door smiled slightly. I thought your place was a quiet place." "You can't blame me for this." Miss Witch lowered her head and muttered in grievance. "Didn't these people come for you?" Captain J didn't say anything. He just casually glanced around and then walked down the wooden steps directly toward Princess Angelique. Seeing Leader J walking towards her, the ruthless Royal Highness looked around with a hint of bewilderment until Leader J arrived in front of her. What do you want?" Her Highness gritted her teeth, and her voice was slightly angry. "Your hair is dirty," Captain J said softly. He reached out and swept away the dust on the princess hair sword. At the same time, he combed Princess Angelique's messy hair with his fingers. Don't touch me." Princess Angelique was stunned at first, and then she suddenly raised the lightsaber in her hand. Just like how she used it to kill Prince Desolate, Her Highness at this moment was just as ruthless. However, Captain J quickly grabbed Her Highness' wrist that was holding the lightsaber. Her Highness had no choice but to bite her lips. Captain J began to use his hand to loosen Her Highness' fingers that were holding the lightsaber. Finally, under Her Highness' unwilling gaze, he took the lightsaber. Princess Angelique loosened her lips, but she also snorted softly and turned her face away. "I want it too." At some point, Prince Desolate also came to Captain N's side. He stretched his neck and leaned over. His appearance was very similar to a husky that was rubbing against its owner's arms. However, Captain J only used the lightsaber's hilt to lightly knock Prince Desolate's head. "You're biased." "Don't mess around," Captain J said indifferently. Prince Desolate directly sat on the ground angrily. What a harmonious atmosphere. Not far away, senior sister Yulia widened her eyes and pinched Madanzo's face with both hands. She said in disbelief, "Senior, look. Unbelievable." Madanzo rolled her eyes and stepped on her senior's toes. "I'll prove that you're not dreaming." While everyone was still digesting the changes, King of Swords had already arrived in front of his captain. The haughty imperial general suddenly lowered his head. "Crown Prince." In an instant, there was complete silence and even more silence. His senior apprentice sister had already known about it. She was pretty close to the truth. At this moment, she wasn't too surprised. Madanzo, on the other hand, seemed to be deep in thought. However, she was unable to calm herself down. "Crown Prince." The words that came out of the imperial general's mouth obviously couldn't be false. In addition, the fact that he could easily suppress Princess Angelique and force her to hand over her weapon proved his identity. The first successor of the Empire, the the second glorious son born from Radiant Moon after the founder of the Califar land, the mysterious crown prince of the empire. Captain. Captain is the crown prince? Daphne's mind exploded. Captain. Captain is the captain of the circus? Isn't he a magician of the circus? So he is the crown prince of the empire? Kalyana scratched her head as if she had lost her father. We had so many chances when we were on the airship, she said as if she had lost her mind. Unlike the reactions of the people who knew Jay as captain, Drowning Dogs, S leader, Yen, was extremely calm, calmer than ever. This was because he had to think about a problem. These heirs of the empire all appeared in this place at the same time. Was it a coincidence or was it something else? Yi Yen subconsciously looked at the Witch of Turbidity. The Witch of Turbidity shook her head slightly and cast a meaningful glance at him. Yi Yen, S leader, could only smile bitterly. Who are these people in front of me? They are the real big shots of the human empire. Ing, I'll have to trouble you to treat these injured people. In the distance, Jay, as captain, suddenly turned around and said, the Witch of Turbidity crossed her arms and turned her head to the side. She snorted and said, when did I say that I care about you? Jay, as captain, smiled and said, I know that you are the kindest. You won't leave them to die. I'm heartless. Miss Ing gritted her teeth and stomped her feet before turning around and entering the house. Jay, as captain, turned to Yi Yen, S leader, and said, she should have gone to get medicine. Move your friends in first. Yi Yen, S leader, subconsciously touched his neck and nodded. Okay. This incredible guy seemed to have become the leader in an instant. Here you are. Jay, S captain, weighed the lightsaber in his hand and threw it to the King of Sword, Dijuan. Dijuan took it and put it away. Seeing this, Princess Angelique snorted again. Dijuan, I want this weapon. Send it to my mansion later. The King of Sword nodded expressionlessly. Jay, as captain, smiled and said, this weapon has accompanied Dijuan for his whole life. Don't be naughty. If you like swords, ask Desolation to make some for you. Naughty? Her Highness suddenly sneered and squinted her eyes. Is this the tone that a younger brother should have? Jay, as captain, didn't panic. He skillfully held Her Highness's hand and lowered his head to kiss it. Sister, can I? I don't want it. She hurriedly shook off his hand. Her chest was obviously beating. Her hand was kissed, but she didn't know where to put it. In the end, she could only hold it in front of her chest helplessly and step back. All of a sudden, she seemed to have bumped into something. Prince Desolation was standing behind her with a smirk on his face. Princess Angelique was shocked in an instant. At this time, Prince Huang whispered in the princess's ear with a voice that could make people die, Can I, big sister? Can I, big sister? The shocked Her Highness's eyes turned cold instantly. She turned around and held Prince Desolation's face with both hands. The two of them looked at each other. Prince Desolate blinked and revealed an innocent smile. Princess Angelique also showed a big smile. Then she twisted Prince Desolation's neck with both hands, making the sound of bones breaking. Die again. Prince Desolation dead. Thank you. King Sword said coldly. Captain Day said indifferently, when I wasn't here, I heard that you have been helping to take care of my study room. I should be the one thanking you. King Sword said indifferently, it's just His Majesty's order. Captain Day smiled indifferently and turned his eyes. His eyes fell on the silent, black-robed man. Emperor Kai? You are the second glorious son of Radiant Moon? Emperor Kai said in a low voice. The metal dragon bone on his back creaked again. A faint, dark red steam slowly emitted from Emperor Kai's body again. Don't boast. Captain Jay said indifferently, I know how powerful you are. You should also understand that you can't die for nothing, right? Emperor Kai stared at him, and the dark red steam around his body dissipated bit by bit. The metal dragon bone gradually calmed down. "This is for you." Captain J suddenly threw something to him. Emperor Kai subconsciously took it. He looked down and his face changed slightly. He said in a low voice, "The key to the dragon bone? Why do you have it?" "I found it on Cicero," Captain J said indifferently. "I think you can use it." "You are crazy. Do you know who this guy is?" Princess Angelique rushed forward instantly and grabbed the collar of Captain J. She gritted her teeth and said, "No matter how mischievous you are, I will listen to you. But you can't forget your identity." "Do you think I am mischievous?" Captain J asked softly. "Aren't you?" Princess Angelique said angrily. "Then just take it that I am mischievous." Captain J sighed slowly and reached out to touch the princess's cheek. "Just like before, come and correct my mistake." "Sister, this time, you don't have to listen to me." "What did you say?" The princess's eyes were dazed for a moment. It was because Captain J had punched her in the abdomen. Seeing that the princess lost consciousness and fell on Captain S' body, Prince Desolate couldn't help but open his eyes wide. He whistled casually and was surprised. "You come too." Captain J suddenly looked at Prince Desolate. Prince Desolate, who had just been revived and his neck was still crooked, didn't react. He suddenly felt a terrifying will enveloping him. The moment his consciousness collided with this, it was instantly scattered, and he fell to the ground with his head raised. "Crown Prince." The King of Swords General Dijuan frowned. Captain Tay said slowly, "The execution time tomorrow will not change, but Angelique and Desolate will be added. Also, go back and tell Fushi that if Leviathan wants to use it, he can use it. I don't care anymore." "I'm afraid not." The King of Swords General shook his head and rushed out like lightning. But a powerful force bounced the King of Swords General away. A golden emblem faintly appeared on Captain J's forehead. After that, Captain J picked up Princess Angelique and Prince Desolate, one in each hand. Then he floated into the air and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was like a magic trick. "Huh, where is that dead head?" At this moment, the Witch of Turbidity walked out of the house with 2 big shells and looked at everyone in confusion. "What?" Poverty. In a very simple house, everyone sat on the ground. The Witch of Turbidity had just slapped the floor with both hands. The King of Swords General sat upright. "Ms. Ing, the situation is critical. Let's put the past aside for now. I need to know the Crown Prince's intention to judge what to do next." "I don't know," the Witch of Turbidity said angrily. "How do I know about him?" "That unreasonable guy always comes and goes as he pleases every time. Every time he shows a little respect. He thinks that people will agree to anything he wants. Who does he think he is? Trash. Bastard. The worst guy. But I'm afraid that the Crown Prince has already come here before us." The King of Swords' eyes narrowed. He said he was tired. The Witch of Turbidity snorted coldly. "So he wants to sleep with me. Sleep here. That's it." The King of Swords frowned. "Believe it or not." The Witch of Turbidity snorted. "In the end, this is your Radiant Moon's matter. What does it have to do with me, who he wants to kill? Why are you still here and not leaving? What is the meaning of this?" "Then I'll take my leave first." The King of Swords was very straightforward and left his seat. He opened the door and closed the door. Everyone stared blankly. The Witch of Turbidity looked like she didn't care. But soon, a trace of fear appeared on her face. Dirty things should be cleaned up. Outside the house, the King of Swords' voice suddenly drifted in. At the same time, a powerful light directly penetrated the wooden house's window and pierced into the house. A huge and terrifying sword light instantly hacked down on the peach blossom's wound. The huge sword light actually split the peach blossom into 2. In the huge pit of the peach blossom, a head popped out of the soil and coughed hard a few times. Senior Yulia hurriedly looked around. She saw that everyone around her was like groundhogs, sticking their heads out of the soil one by one. The sword of the King of Swords was really meant to annihilate everyone here, but in the end, the person who blocked the huge sword light was Senior. She looked at Madanzo, who was closest to her. Madanzo softly nodded, but her gaze was cast into the distance. In the distance, Yi Yan was digging out the little girl Tomorrow from the soil. The one who blocked the sword light was actually this little girl with an eye disease, Tomorrow. Now she was unconscious. I can't be angry. I can't be angry. I can't be angry. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Think about happy things, happy things. I can't be happy at all. On the other side, the Witch of Turbidity was grabbing her hair in distress, and her face was extremely pale. Her face was really pale, the kind where dark clouds covered her head. What's that sound? At this moment, Daphne and Caliana had just rescued each other when they heard a rumbling sound. The deep ditch that was created by the sword light actually began to tremble slightly at the same time. Water! The water is coming over. At this moment, a raging flood suddenly rushed into the deep ditch, the sewage of the Holy Land's drainage system. F***CK. This is Senior Yulia's expression changed drastically. Dimensional reduction strike. Run. Chapter 2230. Night, 8 p.m. sharp. In a lake in a man-made courtyard in the Holy Land, a huge water column suddenly shot out, stirring up the lake. Waves crazily crashed onto the shore, and then figures were tossed onto the beach. Full marks, full marks, full marks, flops, flops, flops. Young master, are you okay? You are indeed reliable, Babalia. Madanzo patted the noble deacon's shoulder vigorously and jumped down from his embrace. Around her, many members of Drowning Dogs were stuck on the beach like green onions. Almost all of them were safe except for the Witch of Turbidity. For some reason, half of a statue buried in the sand appeared where she fell. The iron-headed Witch of Turbidity was in a half-dead state, and her head was bleeding profusely. Quickly take a look at his injuries. From afar, the voice of Yi Yan, as leader, could be heard, and the scattered members of Drowning Dogs started to gather. Even though these members were almost killed by the King of Swords earlier, after applying the Witch of Turbidity's ointment, they recovered very quickly. Now that they had encountered such a disaster, they only looked a little pale. Senior Yulia walked quickly to Witch Sakura, lifted her up, and slapped the witch's face twice. Hey, wake up! Her face was swollen, but the Witch of Turbidity showed no signs of waking up. And Miss Yulia, I still have some leftover ointment. Ointment? Oh, Daphne? Okay, come here. Senior Yulia nodded and let go of the wounded witch. She glanced at Daphne and said, what's on you? Because she was wet, many parts of Daphne's body were in a shallow state. It's nothing. Seeing Senior Yulia's gaze, Daphne quickly squatted down and began to apply ointment on the Witch of Turbidity. Senior sister Yulia shrugged. When she saw Metatro and Babalia walking over, she hurriedly went up to them. Senior. Metatro scratched his head and said, looking at the situation this time, I'm afraid we'll have to deal with the villain as the male lead. This is really troublesome. The key was that until now, the other main antagonist hadn't appeared yet. There wasn't even any news about her. In the final world, he could still learn from Z that he had a target he had been looking for as a clue. But in the page world of the Holy Land, until now, Commander didn't seem to have shown his purpose. Ms. Yulia, I've applied the ointment. At this moment, Daphne walked over timidly, and intentionally or unintentionally, she tugged at the corner of her clothes. The half-soaked clothes made her look rather perverted. Daphne, 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 Mr. Commander. Senior sister, Yulia, nodded and said, "For example, what does he want to do, his goal, his original intention, and so on?" "I don't think so." Daphne shook her head, subconsciously. "I didn't hear him mention it." Senior, Yulia, thought for a while and said, "Doesn't he have anything he wants to do? As the crown prince of the empire, he runs a circus all over the world. He can't be so free, right?" I didn't know before. "So, Commander is—" Think about it carefully. Senior, Yulia, pressed her hands on Daphne's shoulders. "Think about it. This might be important information related to the future of this world." "I'm sorry. I really don't know." Daphne still shook her head. "It's okay. We can't force it." Senior, Yulia, suddenly comforted her softly. "If you think of something, remember to tell me immediately. I really don't know what the commander's purpose is." Daphne shook her head. "But the commander once said that the circus has to constantly change places because the novelty of staying in the same place will soon wear off. Only children will never get tired of the same thing." Senior, Yulia, couldn't help but think. Daphne said, "Actually, I haven't been in the circus for very long. Maybe Mr. Qingtian and the others will know more." Qingtian. Senior, Yulia's eyes narrowed, and she subconsciously looked at Madanzo. Madanzo also looked at her with a similar gaze. That's right. Too many people with mysterious identities had appeared one after another. So much so that they had subconsciously forgotten about the characters that were commonly used in the page world. Senior, where are they? Maybe they are still in the Empress Manor. They are placed there as gifts. Senior, Yulia, thought for a moment and said, "The effect of the godless realm has disappeared. Senior, should we go there?" Madanzo was about to answer, but Babalia suddenly walked up and said, "Young master, that guy is gone." Kai? Metatro frowned. At this time, there was no trace of Kai Huang on the beach. Could it be that when he rushed ashore, Ms. Kalyana is also gone? Daphne also exclaimed. Just as they were confused, Yen walked over with a group of subordinates. "Guys, I think you can tell me something about the Crown Prince." The members of the Drowning Dogs quietly formed an encirclement formation at this moment. Madanzo said calmly, "Leader of the pirates, the witch's paradise has been flooded. It's not realistic for you to move the refugees in the sewers. Currently, under the death mark of the god-destroying weapon, Leviathan, no one can safely leave the Holy Land. It's only half a day until tomorrow noon." The leader of Yi Yen frowned and said, "Do you have a solution?" Madanzo shook her head. Not at the moment, which means there will be in the future." Yi Yen said expressionlessly, "When you're at the end of your rope, you have to do anything. Do you want to cooperate?" "The key is the execution at noon tomorrow." Madanzo said quickly, "As long as the execution fails." "But we don't know where the Crown Prince is." "With so many purge knights, imperial generals, and even the god-destroying weapon, we can only wait, right?" The leader of Yi Yen shook his head. "How can we stop it?" "Then we can only depend on her." Madanzo's gaze landed on the Witch of Turbidity. "Perhaps only she can give us the answer. Do you think she's dreaming now?" Yi Yen looked at the Witch of Turbidity subconsciously. When everyone's gazes landed on her, they saw that the demoness of Turbidity's body had suddenly started floating. A deep black light shone from Miss Ying's body. Her hair spread out without wind. At the instant she opened her eyes, what was revealed was a pair of pupils that seemed to be filled with chaos. "I see a sad world, a stage, that's a stage." The Witch of Turbidity raised her arm lightly, and her finger pointed at a huge pillar of the Holy Land. "What's that?" Yulia asked subconsciously. "A monument." The leader of Yi Yen said in a deep voice, "A monument for humans." "It's a monument for humans made from the bones of a mythical alien race on the mythical battlefield." The god-destroying artifact, Leviathan, was much bigger than the other two mysterious artifacts owned by the royal family. Its body was like a floating island. On a huge platform on the Leviathan, a white figure landed. The royal knights, standing on both sides of the platform, knelt on one knee solemnly. The white figure walked forward. In front of him, the King of Heaven of the Empire, Fushi, was leaning against the railing and playing with the Rubik's Cube in his hand. Your Highness Angelique, His Highness Desolate, was also taken away. The King of Sword, Dijun, said directly he was executed at the same time as His Highness Cicero. This time it's the Crown Prince. It seems that you already know. Fushi didn't stop playing with his hands. I just knew who did it a little earlier. As for the relationship between Her Highness Angelique and His Highness Desolate, I didn't know until now from you. You look very calm, Dijun said with a frown. Aren't you worried at all? Crack! The Rubik's Cube suddenly fell to the ground from Fushi's hand. The King of Heaven slowly looked at the King of Sword, Dijun, and his expression gradually changed. First, his cold eyebrows softened. Then he began to pout and said pitifully, Dijun, what should I do? I'm going to die, I'm going to die. This time I'm really going to die. What should I do? What should I do? I haven't retired yet. I still have hundreds of houses and more than 100 villas to pay for. My monthly salary is only so much. This time, I'm really going to be fired by His Majesty. You. The King of Swords' eyebrows twitched slightly. The King of Heaven knelt on the ground and hugged the thigh of the King of Sword. How do I know? How do I know that the Crown Prince is so tough? Didn't I just say that I wanted to scare you a little? Do you really think I dare to activate Leviathan? Only Leviathan can be used by me. Okay. How do I know that Leviathan will directly release the death mark as soon as it is activated? I'm going to die, Dijun. Go away. No, I won't. Only you can save me. The other guys are having fun in the Nirvana Ocean. Only the two of us are left in the Holy Land. The King of Heaven hugged his thigh tightly and refused to let go. Have you forgotten the oath we made on the battlefield? If we live together. If we die together. I've even prepared a tomb for the two of us. In an instant, a huge sword light suddenly exploded on one of the corners of the god-exterminating weapon, Leviathan, and soared into the sky. Go to hell, trash. The King of Sword coldly lifted the tattered King of Heaven and threw him down from Leviathan. He really threw him down. On the platform, the group of royal knights, who had been affected by the aftermath of the sword light and had fallen left and right, looked at all of this with a terrified expression, trembling. After throwing down the King of Heaven, the King of Sword swept his gaze across, and the royal knights couldn't help but shiver. Right now, who is controlling Leviathan? The King of Sword asked in a deep voice. It's Sir Bismay. A royal knight trembled and said, Sir Bismay has gathered all the technicians in the Holy Land. He wants to remove the death mark. Sir Dijun, bring me there. The King of Swords said in a deep voice and strode out. A few royal knights hurriedly led the way. On the platform, the remaining royal knights crawled out from their hiding places with lingering fear. The royal knights swallowed their saliva and hesitantly walked to the place where the King of Heaven threw Sir Fushi down. At this moment, they saw a figure sneakily climbing up the railing. Sir Fushi. Sure. The witch's prophecy appeared, and then the witch fell into a deep sleep again. According to Yen, this was the after effect of the witch of turbidity every time she had a precognitive dream. The duration of her deep sleep depended on the intensity of the precognitive dream. A sorrowful world. The stage of the monument. Our goal is clear. After deciphering the content of the precognitive dream, everyone quickly discussed and quickly decided on a few simultaneous actions. Then, let's not waste any time. The leader of Yen looked at Madanzo and said, We're dealing with the Crown Prince of the Empire. With such inhuman strength, we can only gather as many people as possible and pile up our heads. We'll think of a way to inform the royal family. Madanzo nodded and said, Whether we succeed or not, the next place to gather is the monument of mankind. I hope you're trustworthy, the leader of Yen said calmly. If you can trust me wholeheartedly, I might become omnipotent. Goodbye. Wait, I'm serious. Senior, they're leaving. Madanzo shook her head, shrugged, and said with a sigh, humans always ignore the truth and only foolishly follow their own beliefs. Then, Senior, what beliefs do you follow? Yulia quickly rolled her eyes. Of course, it's the truth. Madanzo smiled casually. Then she put the pipe in her mouth and raised her fist, saying, Let's go! Let's go to the manor. Huh. Shouldn't we inform the royal family? Madanzo said calmly, We don't need a whole night to inform them. Besides, I'm more curious about the life of this crown prince. Don't you think it's strange? Huh. Madanzo said, You've met Carrot Hero and Little Ya's brother. Are they really the type of people who would execute their loved ones? Yulia rubbed her chin subconsciously. Well, if it's the boss. The monument was engraved with the names of countless human warriors who had died. It was a huge diamond-shaped pillar, and it was almost as tall as the airships parked in the airspace. The top of the monument was smooth and clean. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the monument as if he was floating in the water. It was Prince Desolate. At this moment, the prince slowly woke up. He blinked his eyes, sat up, and looked around. Then he suddenly stood up. In front of him, there was a chair, a table, and a cup of tea, and a guy with long silver hair sitting there. It was the world prince, Cicero. Prince Desolate walked to the opposite side of Prince Cicero. He blinked his eyes and said, Uncle, it turns out that you are doing bad things. The world prince chuckled and shook his head slightly. Then he glanced at his feet. The prince's feet were shackled. The chains were connected to the monument as if they were one entity. I'm just allowed to come out and take a breath of fresh air. Prince Cicero smiled and said, As for you, you won't die anyway. Before the time comes, chat with me so that you won't run around. Prince Desolate narrowed his eyes and smiled. He sat on the ground and said, Okay, I like to chat with Uncle Cicero the most. Chapter 2231. A few heads popped out from the bushes and began to size them up. They had returned to Princess Angelique's manor. The members of the Cirque du Reverie might still be considered a birthday present from Count Decria to the princess, and they might be under house arrest somewhere in the manor. In Madanzo's opinion, Senior Yulia's ability to gather information was definitely at the max. Therefore, after a short discussion, the two of them directly split up. As long as they didn't encounter a member of the royal family who could activate the unreasonable, godless realm, their safety was still very high. Even if they couldn't compare to this mysterious Senior, 11, they should have no problem protecting themselves. Senior Yulia happily agreed. Moreover, the King of Swords general probably didn't have time to pay attention to her at this moment. Therefore, after seeing Madanzo leave with Babalia, Senior Yulia quickly chose a direction to sneak in. The guards of the princess's manor were even worse than before in the middle of the night. This was because there was a death announcement sign above everyone's head. Everyone was in a panic. Even the guards couldn't take care of themselves at this time. In fact, along the way, they passed by the residences of many nobles. The Holy Land was already in a mess because of Leviathan's activation. Although the manor wasn't out of control at this time, it was like a string that had been twisted to the limit. Could they really only take one step at a time? On the way to find the members of the fantasy circus, Senior Yulia subconsciously thought about this question. If they were just going to be passive like this, why would the boss let them continue to stay here? The pages of the Holy Land were all in his hands, okay? This was a game where they didn't care about the results at all. A game? No, it was too hasty to describe it as a game. However, the boss said that the pages were already in his hands, so there was naturally no need to lie. With the previous experiences, Senior Yulia knew that every page world evolved from the contents of the diary on the pages. However, evolution required a foundation, 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 and even something that had happened before. The content of the page also indicates the final direction of the page world. Since we've obtained the page, it means that we know the end of the world in advance. What does the boss care about? Senior sister, Yulia, felt that her IQ was a little low. Perhaps it was because her divine soul had exploded once when she was in the scenic Donrami village, which seriously affected her ability to think. Wait a minute, we already know the ending, but we still need to pay attention to the process. Process? Since he wasn't participating, he wouldn't be able to enjoy the process, right? In other words, like a Qingtian thunderbolt, Yulia suddenly stopped and her heart skipped a few beats. She blurted out, "Is there a hidden ending beyond the pages?" Suddenly, "Let me go, I beg you." A series of noises came and instantly interrupted Yulia's train of thought. In the corridor before her, 2 women in black were pressing a girl in female clothes against the wall. The girl in the maid's clothes was carrying a backpack. The backpack was tilted, and the things that poured out of it seemed to be valuable items. It seemed that this kind of situation would happen easily. When a catastrophe was imminent, the servants in the family would try to take away some valuable things from their masters. It seemed that the princess's manor was no exception. In fact, the princess's manor was in a good condition, and robberies had begun to appear outside. Under the sign of the death announcement, many people only hoped to escape from the Holy Land. If it weren't for the fact that the first noble who drove the airship to escape was shot down by Leviathan, all the airships in the Holy Land would have escaped by now. As for the woman in black, she was probably one of the soldiers who were loyal to Princess Angelique. She had no intention of making a move. Until the 2 women in black took the maid away, Senior Yulia was eating a melon that she had picked up from the courtyard on the way. After they left, she casually pushed open the door of the crime scene. The room was unusually messy, and many cabinets and drawers had traces of being rummaged through. It looked like a study room. But didn't Senior 11 say that the princess's study room was actually an arsenal? It's probably a document processing room or something like that. It didn't seem to be worth searching. After Senior Yulia casually flipped through the basic booklets on the table in the room, she finally confirmed the nature of this place. It turned out to be an accountant's room. If it's an accountant's room, there should be a gift list. Oh, I found it. This is it. When she picked up the gift list, another list floated out. Senior Yulia casually picked it up and glanced at it. Her eyes froze. This seems to be the list for the banquet. What's this attached? Help! There's a fire! There's a fire! A series of rapid screams suddenly sounded. Senior 11 couldn't help but frown. She saw a touch of fire outside the window, and it quickly spread. It's been a night full of misfortunes for this manor. Senior Yulia couldn't help but shake her head and muttered, "This Senior 11 really doesn't care about small things." Instead of spending time looking for it, it was better to let the target take the initiative to come out. The fire was actually set by Babalia. Madanzo promised that she didn't give any orders. She just briefly analyzed it. This was all thanks to Babalia's wit. He was sitting on a roof and using the scope from the sniper type. Extinguisher, he looked around the manor. Oh, I found it. In the burning manor, the members of the fantasy circus were carefully looking around. Then they quickly ran into a courtyard and nervously observed the surrounding environment. Mr. Qingtian, why did the manor suddenly catch fire? Who cares? The messier it is, the better. I didn't want to come to this place. I don't know where the leader is now. There seems to be a path over there. The beast tamer, Qingtian, who was almost the vice leader of the circus, quickly pointed at an arch in the courtyard. Let's leave this place while the guards can't take care of themselves. It was as if there was a pair of mysterious hands helping them. The guards who couldn't avoid them had fallen to the ground before they arrived, until they successfully climbed over the wall from the back of the manor. It was a close call, but not dangerous. Cats, take the others to find a safe place to hide. What about you? Katz looked at Qingtian in confusion and asked. Qingtian quickly said, "After I deal with the traces of escape, I'll catch up with you." "Okay, be careful. I'll leave a mark on the way." Katz didn't hesitate at this time. He took the circus people and sneaked into the woods behind the manor in the night. Until everyone disappeared, Mr. Fersky finally let out a sigh of relief. It looked around, but the surroundings were dark and there was nothing out of the ordinary. Qingtian slowly said, "Although I don't know who you are, I'm really grateful for your help. Can you show yourself?" "No need to thank me. If you can, please answer some of my questions." The voice came from a big tree, not far away. When Qingtian looked at the source of the voice, he saw Madanzo, who jumped down from the tree with Annihilator. "Aren't you?" Qingtian couldn't help but stare. Madanzo squinted at this time and said, "Excuse me, Mr. Beast Tamer, can you accept it?" Qingtian was stunned and frowned subconsciously. "Go ahead." "What?" "The leader, really." "Really?" Madanzo tilted her head. "So, Mr. Beast Tamer, you seem to know something. For example, the purpose of your leader?" In the night, Qingtian just pondered and didn't speak. Madanzo directly approached and said, "The situation is very bad, worse than you think. The deadline is tomorrow noon. Obviously, I don't want to die tragically under the judgment of Leviathan. I choose to protect myself. I hope you can also choose to be honest, Mr. Beast Tamer." Qingtian suddenly sneered and said, "Like you? Pointing a weapon at someone's chin, is it a choice?" "It's not easy to be a good person these days." Madanzo chuckled and said, "It's not as good as being a bad person. You don't have to worry about the so-called law, morality, and so on. You can also throw it aside." Qingtian said indifferently, "It's useless even if you kill me. The leader is the kind of person who will not change once he decides to do something. If I'm not wrong, you actually came back to us at this time to use the people of the circus as a bargaining chip with the leader?" Madanzo didn't answer directly, but said indifferently, "Babalia, it should be done. Are you waiting for me in front?" The direction he was looking was the direction where Kaz led the people into the forest. I said, "The leader will not change what he has decided to do." Qingtian shook his head. "Even if you tie all of us up in front of the leader." Madanzo shrugged. "I have to try. Besides, you don't want to say anything. I can't make a trip for nothing. After all, I have to gain something. After all, I'm not an angel that everyone loves." Annihilator shot at the lowest power, and a bloody hole appeared on Qingtian's left thigh. At this time, Madanzo said indifferently, "For the time being, I'll have to trouble you." After a while, they saw Babalia carrying Kaz, who was full of iron armor, slowly walking out of the forest. He directly threw Kaz at Madanzo's feet. "Young master, except for a pet bird, all of them were knocked out." Babalia said without changing his expression. "Pet bird?" Madanzo frowned subconsciously. A little blue bird flew away in the chaos. "Senior." Under the night sky, a faint shadow flew down quickly and then became solid. Yulia couldn't help but blink after landing. In front of them, apart from Madanzo and Babalia, there was also a car. The car was probably driven out from the manor's garage, the kind that was very large. On top of the car, the people of the Cirque du Reverie were piled up like a human pyramid. "Senior, what are you doing?" As if understanding Madanzo's intention, Yulia couldn't help but ask hesitantly, "You can't be planning to use these guys, right?" Madanzo's expression suddenly became serious as she stared closely at Yulia. She subconsciously covered her chest and retreated. "What are you doing?" "Yulia. Since you've never told me your real name, I'll continue to call you Yulia for now." Madanzo said with a serious expression, "Your astral creation technique, how big can it create like the temple in the Wraith realm? Is that the limit?" "You, what exactly do you want to do?" Madanzo raised her head and waved her arm. "How about we steal that thing?" "A divine destroyer artifact." "Leviathan." Senior sister Yulia immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. She instantly forced herself to calm down and said with a frown, "Let's not talk about the king generals on Leviathan first. There might be 2 king generals that are not easy to deal with. I heard that over 10,000 knights are needed to control Leviathan. Furthermore, I've spent too much in the previous page worlds and lost a lot of soul power. Let alone Leviathan. Even a slightly bigger house would be a bit difficult for me. But newbie." Madanzo narrowed her eyes and said, "You're always full of excuses, but why are your eyes so greedy? You're showing your true nature?" Senior Sister Yulia was taken aback and subconsciously frowned. If she had a star creation creatures that was presentable, that would be the case. In an instant, Miss Demonis of the scholarly faction in her sub-world bit her lips and said, "This one. I'll bet on the big one." Below, there were bright flames like fireworks. From the second half of the night, the devouring flames ignited everywhere in the Holy Land. It was like a bonfire, completely stirring up the emotions of the people in the night, causing them to go crazy amidst the oppression and fear. A small figure flew across the night sky, and its gem-like eyes saw everything in the Holy Land. It was still flying, and its flapping wings cut through the airflow. Its feathers seemed to emit a faint light like stars. Suddenly it found something. With a flip of its body, it swooped down and landed on the top of a bell tower in the Holy Land, on the shoulder of a black-haired and black-eyed young man. After the blue bird stood firm, it rubbed the young man's cheek intimately, but it soon stopped and made a clear voice like a human child. "Jay, you've got the wrong person." The young man smiled and said, "I'm not your commander." The blue bird's eyes flashed, and a hint of doubt appeared in its smart pupils. "By the way," the young man said, "at that time it seemed that I gave you to her as a pet. Before that, you had been following me. Now I have a little impression." "Her?" The blue bird showed a more doubtful look, and its eyes flashed a few times. The black-haired young man, Boss Luo, said softly, "Your name is Roddy OSS." Roddy OSS? Chapter 2232. It was the sound of wings flapping. The blue bird flew away from Boss Luo in the next second. It took away its name and the memory of getting this name. Soon, it even forgot the name it took away. It didn't remember that it had stopped somewhere and seen a guy similar to Jay. Soon, it landed again. This time, it landed at the human monument. The blue bird bumped into the monument, and its body disappeared as if it went through a water curtain. The interior of the monument was like a disordered building block. A large number of three-dimensional spaces were piled up on the ground. There was no pattern to speak of. In the independent spaces between each other, the body feeling was normal. Even if it was seen from the outside, the people inside were standing in a slanted position. "Jay, Ladios?" In the slanted independent space in the house, Captain was sitting in front of a simple long table, wiping a small black wooden stick, the kind of magic tool that magicians often used, which could make flowers appear. The blue bird stood on the table and instinctively combed its feathers. "Are you alone?" Captain Jay asked calmly. "We slipped out of the manor, but Qingtian and the others were captured by those guys who came with us on the airship. It doesn't matter." Captain Jay smiled. He tapped the magic wand on the table casually a few times, and some bird food slowly poured out of the magic wand. "Those people are actually quite interesting." Feeding the bird seemed to be a comfortable thing. Captain stroked the head of the blue bird affectionately. "By the way, Jay, I have a question." "What is it?" "Why am I called Ladios?" Captain Jay was surprised for a moment and asked curiously, "Why do you ask this?" The blue bird showed a confused look. "I'm just curious about the origin of the name." Captain thought for a while and said, "Ladios is Ladios. The name is just a symbol. If you don't like it, you can change it to something else." The blue bird shook its head. "No, I think the name Ladios is good enough." "You rest first." Captain Jay patted the little blue bird's head and stood up. He jumped out of the slanted room and quickly jumped into another inverted room. In this inverted house, Princess Angelique was sitting upright on a chair. This was the only piece of furniture in the inverted house. Not only was she sitting upright, but her hands were also placed symmetrically on the armrest of the chair. She was actually unable to move. "Why did you capture me and bring me here?" Her Royal Highness didn't panic. Instead, she appeared particularly calm. Captain J smiled and said, "I told them that you, Cicero, and Desolate will be executed tomorrow." Princess Angelique couldn't help but frown. "Execution? Let's not talk about Uncle Cicero for now. If you can really kill this fellow, Desolate, it can be considered a good thing." Captain J went behind the princess, picked up a bunch of her hair, took out a comb from her pocket, and began to comb it. She couldn't see, she could only feel, but her eyes couldn't express it. "It would seem that you've truly treated the matter of killing Desolate as your life's great undertaking." Princess Angelique sneered. "Is it wrong for me to do this to a monster that is born by eating its mother? Don't tell me that this isn't his intention. He is just innocent. If he isn't wrong, then my hatred is naturally not wrong. You don't need to care." He changed another bunch of hair and continued to comb it. He said lightly, "I just feel that if a girl's lifelong undertaking is used to fight and kill, it is a little bit of a spoil sport. You don't want to be the crown prince and perform the so-called cheap magic everywhere. Isn't it a waste?" Princess Angelique snorted softly. "It is indeed the first successor." "Captain," he said indifferently, "but it is only the successor. That majesty can live since the mythological war until now. She will probably continue to live like this in the future. There is no difference whether she inherits or not. He created you, created me, created Desolate, and also created her. Perhaps it is because of that shallow sense of loneliness and doubts about immortality." Princess Angelique sighed and said, "But no matter what, you and I both enjoy all of this, don't we?" "On the basis of sucking everything from the gods?" Captain J shook his head. "Of course, I don't mean to deny all of this. Just like what you said, you and I both enjoy all of this incomparable convenience, superior birth, and can even stand without hesitation at the point where we can persuade others to be kind without going through human affairs. It's just that the world is balanced after all. There's no need to pay for anything. Standing at the top of the food chain is like plundering and endless plunder. Elder sister, don't you think that the scale of the world will be slightly tilted? The remnants of the mythological era will be sealed in the Nirvana ocean forever. The royal family has the power to suppress the world, and the demi-humans will never rise again. What happened to the gods in the mythological era won't happen to humans us," the princess said with certainty. "I think," Captain J said softly, "the gods in the past also thought so confidently. Are you done messing around?" Her Highness suddenly became emotional. "When can you get rid of this senseless melancholy? You are the first successor, and this belongs to you. Fate can't be changed. I will kill all the people who want to distort fate. What happened to the gods? I will never let it happen to you. All right." Captain J smiled. "Now, you're back to how I remember you, sister." He took out a mirror and placed it in front of Princess Angelique. In the mirror, her hairstyle had changed. It was no longer the noble and cold hairstyle. It was the style of a young girl with a big bow tied around her head. Her eyes moved slightly. Captain J whispered in her ear, "When I saw you for the first time, you looked like this." "I'm not." The princess lowered her head. "By the way," Captain J patted Princess Angelique's shoulders and said in a brisk voice, "I've prepared a set of clothes for you for tomorrow's performance." Captain J reached out his hands, and a thin black set of clothes fell to the ground. Princess Angelique was stunned. Her small mouth opened slightly, and then she became furious. "You know when to stop." Without a doubt, this was a set of clothes for a bunny girl. She was the first princess of the empire. How could she wear it? I won't wear it, even if I die." Then, I'll go through the trouble of putting it on for you. You. How dare you? How do you undo the buttons on this set of clothes? The skills of the royal tailors are getting better and better. Oh, I found a way. Wait a minute. Princess Angelique said in a panic, I'll do it myself. Captain J smiled and said, Sure enough, sister. You are the most considerate. Then Captain A leaped out and left the inverted house, leaving Princess Angelique staring at the bunny girl set of clothes on the ground in a daze. She found that she was no longer confined to the chair. Princess Angelique sighed slowly and picked up the clothes on the ground silently. As the saying goes, a cloud-piercing arrow can summon brothers. Well, the Holy Land didn't seem to have such a thing as a cloud-piercing arrow. However, the leader of the Drowning Dog pirates had other means. He could gather all the forces of the low-level subhumans hidden in the Holy Land in a short time. It took the whole second half of the night. After 4:00 in the morning, the leaders of the low-level forces from all over the Holy Land gathered in a sewer camp to discuss something. It was probably about how to reach the human monument. Daphne passed by while fetching water and overheard some of the discussions. This girl was left behind to take care of the Witch of Turbidity, who had fainted due to the side effects of foresight. In addition, there was also the little girl Ming Tian, who had exhausted all her strength to block the Sword King's sword strike. It seemed that Daphne could only do these things for now. The demoness of turbidity on the wooden bed suddenly flipped over, and this immediately woke Daphne up from her daze. You're awake? Ms. Ing, this is what? The Witch of Turbidity rubbed her head and got up with a painful mask on her face. You fainted. This is the place arranged by leader Yi Yen. Daphne quickly explained what happened. Monument. The Witch of Turbidity was a little absent-minded. I dreamed. No wonder my head hurts so much. Did I say anything else? Daphne said in surprise, Ms. Ing, you don't remember? The Witch of Turbidity shook her head and said, I will forget most of the things I saw in the dream. This way, it will be a little fairer. Fairer? The Witch Ing said indifferently, If I'm the only one who can be omniscient about the future, it's very unfair. Huh. Daphne froze for a moment and then shook her head. Although I don't quite understand, I guess. Ms. Ing, you have something to worry about too? All kinds of things. The Witch of Turbidity shook her head and glanced at Daphne casually. Just like you. Don't you have something to worry about too? Daphne opened her mouth and then smiled bitterly. I'm just a very insignificant person. Even if I have something to worry about, it's probably something trivial. Now, everyone is working hard for tomorrow's matter, but basically, the Witch of Turbidity said indifferently, the people in this world, be it the demi-humans or the descendants of mythical creatures, most of them worry about trivial things every day. After all, the people who make the tides of fate are only a very small part of them. For most people, the intense change of power is probably just a good night's sleep and a good dream. After waking up, life is still the same as before. It doesn't matter who the ruler is, unless you want to participate in it yourself. Daphne couldn't help but fall into deeper confusion. The demoness of turbidity lay down again. She lay flat on her back, the kind that did not do anything, but her eyes were wide open as she stared at the ceiling with a hopeless look on her face. Ms. Ing, what are you doing? It's easier to recover this way. The demoness of turbidity said expressionlessly, Every time I finish a dream, all kinds of bad things will happen to me. At this time, the best thing to do is to do nothing and try to reduce the probability of triggering misfortune. Daphne couldn't help but ask, Is it useful? Basically, no. The Witch of Turbidity said indifferently, except for psychological comfort, but it can still recover physical strength. Ms. Ing, are you familiar with Leader? Daphne suddenly asked. The Witch of Turbidity just rolled her eyes and glanced at Daphne casually. It was the kind of gaze that looked like a dead fish's eyes. "No, I see." Daphne, who felt that the conversation had ended, couldn't help but feel a little awkward. The Witch of Turbidity said, "You seem to care a lot about that dead man." "Well, that guy." Daphne relaxed a little and sat on the side, hugging her knees. She said slowly, "Leader, he took me in when I was at my most helpless and had no place to stay, so don't mind him." The Witch of Turbidity said indifferently, "He might not have taken you in out of kindness. It might just be a spur of the moment. Maybe, in his eyes, you are no different from a stray cat by the roadside." Daphne said blankly, "What kind of person is Leader?" "He's just a bastard who doesn't tell the truth and doesn't take responsibility to put out the fire." The Witch of Turbidity said harshly. She actually couldn't bear to really scold him. Daphne couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. She couldn't help but feel a thick, almost tangible resentment emanating from this Miss Ing. She probably needed to divert this resentful atmosphere or something. Daphne braced herself and said, "Ms. Ing, do you believe in the existence of magic?" "Why do you ask?" As expected, the Demoness of Turbidity stopped the resentment that was spreading out like bad luck and looked stunned. Daphne shook her head and said, "It's nothing. It's just that when I chatted with Leader in the past, we talked about this topic, the magic of resurrection from the dead, something like magic. If there is any power that can resurrect the dead, then it is indeed magic." The Witch of Turbidity said indifferently he's not wrong. "It's very magical. You guys foreseeing dreams, splitting the earth with a sword, and emitting red steam all the time. It's also very magical, okay?" The atmosphere suddenly became quiet again. Daphne seemed to be sleepy. Her eyelids were getting heavy, and her thoughts were gradually becoming rigid in the chaos. Suddenly, the Witch of Turbidity sat up and exclaimed, "Oh no!" What's wrong?" Daphne was shocked. The Witch of Turbidity touched her stomach and said, "I'm hungry. Foreseeing dreams used up too much energy. My stomach hurts." Daphne opened her mouth and said, "I'll get you something to eat." "Okay." She nodded seriously. "Please." She didn't seem difficult to get along with. Chapter 2233. Miss Ing. The food might be too simple. After all, Miss Ing? In the simple room, only the little girl was still unconscious. However, the Witch of Turbidity was nowhere to be seen. Daphne was silent for a moment. Then she walked into the room and sat down. She was in a daze. She didn't seem to want to look for her. Daphne didn't react until the curtains were lifted and the Demoness of Turbidity walked in with a sullen look on her face. "Miss Ing, don't immortals need to go to the bathroom?" I didn't mean that." The Witch of Turbidity walked in with an unhappy expression. She picked up a plate and sat by the bed to eat. "If it's not enough, I'll give you more. Why didn't you look for me?" The Witch of Turbidity's words suddenly interrupted Daphne's attempt to break the silence. Hearing that, Daphne subconsciously said, "Perhaps I thought that if I waited a little longer, Miss Ing would come back, or something like that. Because I couldn't tell where you went. Look, didn't you come back already? Why didn't you tell me your initial judgment?" The Witch of Turbidity said indifferently, "You just waited passively, okay? Or rather, you never took the initiative, okay?" Daphne couldn't help but lower her head. "I'm sorry." The Witch of Turbidity rolled her eyes. She suddenly put down the food and wiped her lips. "I'm going to leave this room now. Do you want to stop me?" The Witch of Turbidity didn't say anything else. She walked straight out. Daphne looked at her figure. She opened her mouth and clenched her fists. However, she didn't do anything until the Witch of Turbidity had completely left her sight. Young girl, on the other hand, heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed. She leaned against the wall and looked at the empty room. Suddenly, the Witch of Turbidity returned to the room with an unhappy expression. Daphne even felt that it was unreal. "Can't immortals have stomachaches?" The Witch of Turbidity gave a very reasonable answer again. Then She walked into the room with an unhappy expression. She sat down and rolled her dead fish eyes unhappily. Daphne was silent for a moment. Then she said, "I'll go out first and see if there's anything I can help with." The moment he lifted the curtain, the voice of the demoness of turbidity came from behind him. "You will return to where you came from if you don't do anything but wait passively." Daphne subconsciously turned around and said in a trembling voice, "Miss Ing, did you see something?" The witch of turbidity shrugged and said, "I can't see it clearly. It's very blurry. It's about you, but it's very unreal. I only know that it's a place called Freedom City. Speaking of which, is there such a place outside the Holy Land?" Daphne, on the other hand, retreated in horror and subconsciously said, Is it about Chief Yian's operation this time?" "I don't know." The muddy witch shook her head. "Everyone interprets dreams differently. What I can see is only one side of it, and it's a blurry side. However, in theory, it does have something to do with this matter. After all, the matter about you was triggered because of this." What should I do?" Daphne asked subconsciously. "Don't do anything." The witch chuckled. "Anyway, aren't you used to doing nothing and waiting passively?" "No, it's not like that. The witch of turbidity suddenly stared at Daphne and said in a low voice, "What a disgusting person, dressing like this. Do you like your current appearance very much?" The girl in the room instantly felt her limbs turn cold. With horror, she quickly retreated. She even tore open the curtain and rushed out. The witch of turbidity didn't chase after her, but her figure changed. Gradually, the witch disappeared and was replaced by a black-haired young man. The room was quiet. The black-haired young man came to the little girl Tamaro's side. "I haven't seen you yet, but in the future, perhaps there will be a day when we meet again." He tapped Tamaro's forehead lightly, and his figure gradually faded from the room. Not long after, the little girl moved. She slowly got up with a perplexed expression on her face. However, with her eyesight, she couldn't see anything clearly. It was just a feeling. Who came? In the alley, a woman whose clothes were somewhat tattered was hobbling with a stick tied to her, the witch of turbidity missing. The unlucky people were the type who would fall even if they were flat-footed. On the way out, the witch of turbidity had inexplicably fallen 5 times in just a few hundred meters. Her toes knocked into the corner of the wall 3 times. She knelt down twice and fell into the trash 3 times. Even the bread he took out accidentally fell into the smelly gutter. The witch was very strong. She always wore a painful mask. "Damn bastard! Scum! Trash! You made me have that kind of dream. You made me so unlucky. Just you wait." She walked out of the alley and roared at the human monument. "Who is it?" A group of purge knights hurried over and quickly surrounded a certain sorceress who was in a sorry state. Ugh. She bit her tongue. "Suspicious person. Capture her first." Wait. Capture her." The witch was instantly caught by the purge knights and dragged away. "I've had enough." Star Creation's method was that as long as one could get close to the target of star creation, they could set up the spell. However, the bigger the object, the longer it would take, and the more energy it would consume. For example, the god-destroying weapon Leviathan was a terrifying object that was as big as an island. Stepping on Leviathan wasn't difficult. For Senior Sister Madanzo and Yulia, who weren't affected by godless domain, it was quite easy. After all, it was so big that the knights stationed here couldn't patrol in all directions. Babalia didn't move with them. He was arranged to lead the Fantasy Circus group to meet up with the Drowning Dog Bandits. "How is it?" In the corner of Leviathan's surface, Madanzo quickly asked. Senior Sister, Yulia, was lying on the ground like a dry person. On the ground, there was a strange ring that was unfolding. A large number of formula-like symbols were jumping in the ring. "No, this thing is too big. My spell can't cover it for the time being. It can't even cover 1/10 of it. Senior Sister, Yulia raised her head weakly. My soul power has been damaged several times. Not long ago, the Sword King General chopped off one of my arms, which reduced the density of my black soul body. It has some effect. Madanzo pondered and said, It's rumored that more than 10,000 people are needed to control this god-destroying weapon. If Leviathan is compared to a ship, the crew needs to perform their duties to control it. But no matter what, the direction of the ship is controlled by the rudder. Senior. Yulia was stunned. You mean the control room? What if Xing Chuan doesn't control the whole body but the core of Leviathan itself? Senior's sister, Yulia, instantly stood up with full blood. It's possible in theory. I'll go and find it. With that, Yulia's body sank directly into the outer deck of Leviathan and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It wasn't the first time Madanzo saw this. It's really convenient. The so-called black soul body. He muttered something, then loosened his neck, stretched his body, and slowly turned around. Then, I have to do something. In front of him, a figure was casually sitting on the railing at a high place and looking down. The Empire's King General, Fushi. He looked at the little boy below, and he also looked up at the Empire's King General. When their gazes met, a series of dense explosive sounds suddenly appeared in the air. The King of Heaven, General Fushi, was the first to speak with a strange expression. Speaking of which, it's really strange. This should be the first time we've met. But for some reason, I keep having the urge to beat you up. Could it be that you're one of those annoying types? What a coincidence. I have the same feeling. Madanzo also had a look of realization. Let's fight? Let's fight. If I punch you, you might die. If I punch you with my sword, you might die. Confrontation. The explosive sounds in the air instantly sounded like thunder. Then, two streaks of light shot up into the sky like shooting stars. At dawn, they directly disappeared into the clouds high in the sky. The Purge Knights didn't have time to investigate at all, but the alarm of Leviathan being invaded sounded at this moment. Every time they clashed, a sea of clouds that was hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters away would churn. Above the clouds of dawn, in the sea of clouds dyed red by the rising sun, the six-winged youth held a luminous sword in each hand. King General Fushi stood with his hands behind his back, but there was a strange cross-shaped weapon rotating slowly under his feet. Six-winged. Looks like the light race's outfit, but there shouldn't be any light race with such strength outside. King General Fushi said thoughtfully, Did you sneak out from the Nirvana Ocean? Madanzo narrowed her eyes and said, I escaped from the place you fear. King General Fushi chuckled. Very cunning. If this matter isn't handled properly, my salary will be deducted for several decades. I wonder if I can recover some of my losses by capturing you. Madanzo said indifferently, I also want to test the upper limit of this place. The 7 royal generals of the Empire. I can probably see a trace of the terror of the founding emperor. King General Fushi shook his head at this moment. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. His Majesty, no, glorious son, is not in the same dimension as us. Madanzo was probably the type who would never lose a battle with words. Hearing this, she chuckled. It's all right. I've met many people in different dimensions, so there's always a standard of tolerance. Seems like you're really powerful. King General Fushi nodded. All right then, I'll go first. If I can't win, I'll let Di Jun take advantage of the situation. There will be a time when you'll be tired. Madanzo was shocked. Shame? What shame is there to beat up a worker? King General Fushi laughed. Salary is the most important thing. The crimson sea of clouds churned violently again. It seemed like neither of them could do anything to the other in a short period of time. Lord Di Jun. 2 powerful waves were detected in the sky. One of them seems to be Lord Fushi. The other, don't worry about him. King General Fushi said indifferently at this time. Your most important task now is to use the power to break the death declaration of Leviathan. Before noon, you must succeed. All the researchers in the Holy Land and even the research apprentices have been dispatched. We will do our best. They were just doing their best. King General Fushi sighed softly. He knew that high pressure was useless. These researchers who were breaking the death declaration were even more aware of the seriousness of the situation. I'll go deep into the core of Leviathan, King General Fushi said coldly. Lord Dijun, you can't be thinking of, if you can't break the death declaration before the deadline. This is the only way to stop Leviathan. After saying that, King General Fushi left directly. He was going to guard Leviathan's core and destroy it before it was too late. No matter how terrifying the death declaration was, without the core output power, it naturally couldn't be realized. Even if it would take a long time to repair the core in the future, or it would never be able to be completely repaired, causing Leviathan to drop a level. Sure enough, only Lord Dijun has this courage in the dimension, in the chaos of the void. Like the moment a star was destroyed, a terrifying light was instantly produced. The moment the light flickered, in the chaos of the void, countless primordial void demons were annihilated and disappeared in an instant. Everything gradually calmed down. Then, 3 figures of 5 to 6 meters tall slowly appeared. They weren't people, but huge mechas. At this time, a voice came from one of the mechas. Renina, the positioning error this time is too big. This is obviously not the coordinates of the Kingdom of Heaven. A response came from another mecha. Something is interfering with Alpha's system. At this time, a voice also slowly sounded from the third mecha. Meshi, use Kurlet's ability to eliminate the unknown interference. Renina, use Alpha again to locate the location. The signal given by Balaam should be correct. Okay, they worked together. Not long after, Meshi's voice came from the mecha named Kurlet again. It's done. There's a reaction, although it's not strong. Positioning complete. Renina's voice came at the same time. In the third mecha, a palm slowly placed on the control ball in the cockpit. Then, go through, Kauros. The third mecha was named Kauros. It turned into a beam of light and flew into a gigantic ring of light. Then, Alpha and Kale followed suit. In the depths of the void of the dimension, silence was restored again. Chapter 2234. Wisps of mist slowly seeped out of the crack. It was the body of a black soul. It had all kinds of fancy penetrating abilities, and this special body could be said to have the maximum infiltration ability. Inside the god-destroying weapon, Leviathan, the Purge Knights were frantically searching for traces of the intruder, but they didn't know that the intruder was moving above their heads. This continued until Senior Sister, Yulia, found an impenetrable wall. There was only a door, an ancient metal door, but obviously the metal wasn't bronze. The walls seemed to contain a strange power that could prevent the body of a black soul from penetrating. Senior Sister, Yulia, had no choice but to stand in front of the metal door. Her intuition told her that if the thing behind the door wasn't valuable, then it must be terrifying. Moreover, in the center of the door, there was a groove that looked very familiar to her. What's this? She floated to the front of the groove and stared at it for a long time. A strange feeling arose in her heart. What a coincidence! The groove was almost identical to the shape of the music box that she stole from the secret compartment in the Crown Prince's study. When she left the royal castle garden, Emperor Califar threw the music box back to her, saying that she might be able to use it. Could it be that this is the time? Senior Sister, Yulia, couldn't help but swallow. She felt that not only was she being controlled by Boss Luo, but she also seemed to have unknowingly fallen into some kind of trap set by the Emperor Califar. She felt as if she was being toyed with by fate. It can't be so coincidental. Senior Sister, Yulia, took a deep breath. She was a person who didn't believe that many coincidences could happen one after another. Therefore, all of this was probably premeditated. Just as she was about to vomit the music box out of her body and press it into the groove, an extremely strong feeling of death instantly spread throughout her body. Almost suffocating, senior sister, Yulia, didn't even think before her body instantly split into two clouds of mist. A beam of sword light slashed down, the moment she split herself into two. White clothes, white sword. The King of Swords, Jun, the Witch of the World Academy, instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy could really kill her. The fact that she had lost an arm's worth of black soul body was the best proof of that. However, the King of Swords clearly did not intend to give her any more time to escape. After his first strike struck empty air, the second strike was already following closely behind. Furthermore, it was at a terrifying speed of over 100 strikes in an instant. The sword light blotted out the sky and covered the earth like a fantasy film. Senior sister, Yulia, instantly felt the thick malice from the page world. Wait, I'm the Crown Prince Consort. The senior martial sister instinctively cried out in alarm. You can't cut me. Hundreds of sword lights, like the breath of the Grim Reaper, locked down all the space she could move in. Just as she was about to be annihilated, the sword lights suddenly stopped and then disappeared one by one. In the end, only the white sword in Jun's hand remained. Say that again. Stand by. I said stand by. Senior sister, Yulia, instantly shivered and quickly added a setting for herself. Originally, she wanted to boldly say that she was the imperial concubine. However, considering that the founding emperor seemed to have a special relationship with her boss, since she was going to die anyway, she might as well choose a name that could still be saved. Ridiculous. The King of Swords snorted coldly. Ridiculous. It's true. Senior sister, Yulia immediately said in a stern voice. Otherwise, why did His Majesty want to see me in the forest? Are you stupid? Because I'm the Crown Prince Consort candidate, which means I'm the future daughter-in-law. His Majesty doesn't necessarily want to see you because of this, Jun said indifferently, but you broke in here because... What's that in your hand? The King of Swords suddenly frowned and stared at the thing in senior sister, Yulia's hand. His Majesty gave it to me. Senior sister, Yulia said in a relaxed tone. He said it was the first time we met, so he didn't have time to prepare it, so he gave it to me as a gift. Impossible, Jun said coldly. Senior sister, Yulia said, if His Majesty didn't give it to me, how could I take such an important thing away under His Majesty's nose? The King of Swords was silent. There was a chance. Senior sister, Yulia, was secretly delighted. She directly raised the music box in her hand and walked a few steps towards Jun. What? Don't you know how much His Majesty values this thing? The King of Swords continued to be silent, but he slowly sheathed the white sword. This matter is suspicious, so I won't kill you for the time being. But you can't leave my sight. I'll report this matter to His Majesty later. If it's true, Jun will ask for your forgiveness. Now, I'm sorry. After that, an iron chain suddenly shot out from Jun's sleeve. The chain instantly wrapped around senior sister, Yulia's arm. With the special characteristics of the black soul body, she couldn't break free. Senior sister, Yulia, looked at the length of the chain and couldn't help but pout. What if I want to go to the bathroom? I'll turn around, Jun said indifferently. You dare to King bully the Crown Prince's woman? Don't you know that men are all fragile? In the future, don't blame me for being a demon concubine and hurting your relationship, okay? Jun snorted coldly, shook his arm, and the chain suddenly became more than 10 times longer. Now it's done. You win. Senior sister, Yulia, couldn't help but sigh. It was a pity that the surroundings were empty and there was only the cold floor and walls. There was nothing to mess with at all. Otherwise, it would have been good if it could have distracted this late-stage OCD patient. She didn't know how Senior Sister 11 was doing. Senior Sister Yulia gritted her teeth, jumped up again, and approached the groove of the door. "What are you doing?" The King of Sword instantly shouted coldly, "As long as I don't leave your sight, it's fine, isn't it?" Senior Sister didn't look back. "You didn't say that I can't do anything. You didn't say that I can't do anything now. I'm a woman, and I'm such a rascal. Come and bite me if you dare." The King of Swords frowned. Under normal circumstances, His Majesty would not allow anyone to take away the music box right under his nose. As long as His Majesty didn't agree, no one could do it. She could only be given to her. At this time, under June's suspicious gaze, Senior Sister Yulia gritted her teeth and directly pressed the music box into the groove. Then she floated back a few meters. She waited quietly. Along with the appearance of a light pattern, a huge omega symbol floated on the surface of the door with the groove as the center. Then the symbol split into two, which meant that the door was opening. Senior Sister Yulia glanced back and saw that the King of Swords' expression had become more serious. She knew that the thing inside was no small matter, but at this time she was already helpless. She could only hope that the thing inside could give her a chance to turn things around. After the door opened enough for one person to pass through, Senior Sister Yulia quickly took out the music box and directly swallowed it into her stomach. The chain was long enough, so she took the lead and walked in. Then she saw a heart. It was the biggest beating heart she had ever seen. Every time the huge heart beat, it felt like it could burst her head. The sound of her heartbeat even directly shook her divine soul. The body of the black soul had actually automatically entered a free state. "What's this?" Senior Sister Yulia was absent-minded for a few seconds. "Leviathan's heart. You dare to open this door, but don't you know it?" The King of Swords' voice slowly came from behind her. Senior Sister Yulia couldn't help but exclaim, "You mean Leviathan is a living thing?" The King of Sword didn't give her any verbal answer, but his eyes gave her the answer. Senior Sister Yulia was instantly discouraged. Because of the horrifying heartbeat, she felt weak all over and fell to the ground. The star creation technique couldn't work on living things. Senior 11, you opened a small door this time. You seemed disappointed. June walked to Senior Sister Yulia and looked down at her. Senior Sister Yulia said with a complicated expression, "Well, if I really become the crown princess, will I have a bright future?" June didn't say a word. He directly sat on the ground with his legs crossed and stabbed his white sword into the ground, looking like he was going to guard this place. Senior Sister Yulia shrugged and played with her fingers. She still remembered the music box, so she vomited the music box out and opened it. As the music box sounded, the beating of Leviathan's huge heart seemed to have changed a little. It seemed to be much softer and less uncomfortable. "Hey, do you know who this woman is?" Senior Sister Yulia opened the music box and asked June, "Your Highness Yao." She didn't expect that June would answer her, so she couldn't help but feel surprised. Your Highness Yao," June said expressionlessly. "She's the Crown Prince's birth mother." Senior Sister Yulia was stunned. She rubbed her eyebrows and said, "Speaking of which, I haven't figured out the relationship between the several heirs of the royal family. You know, ordinary girls like me, who are suddenly favored by the overbearing emperor, usually don't know the inside story of the royal family." June still looked at her expressionlessly. Senior Sister Yulia felt uneasy. Then he said slowly, "His Majesty has 2 concubines. One is Princess Yao, the Crown Prince's birth mother. The other is Princess Ajongxia, who gave birth to Princess Angelique and His Highness Desolate." No. Senior Sister Yulia frowned. "Why did I hear differently? That be asterisk. Well, Prince Desolate is the illegitimate son of His Majesty, so it hasn't been officially announced. So, what's the matter with Angelique? June thought for a while and said, Princess Angelique turned to Her Highness Yao after she was born, so she has an official identity. As for Prince Desolate, it's because of some special reasons. What's the reason? You're asking too many questions. June said indifferently, if you're really the crown princess's candidate, you may have a chance to know it in the future. You've said half of it, okay? Why didn't your OCD act up now? There should be another one. Senior sister, Yulia, thought for a while and said, there's a princess who has never shown up. There should be 4 heirs in total. Don't worry. If there's no special situation, you won't see her. June said indifferently. What kind of special situation? Senior sister asked curiously. June said, for example, when you're about to die. Senior sister, Yulia, couldn't help being shocked and blurted out, you mean she's dead? In a sense, it's true. Dead. Dead. Already dead? The sister of Commander J, the heroine of the page world, who had never shown up, was dead? How could this be? How could this be? This is not right. This is not right. Senior sister, Yulia, couldn't help but feel numb in her scalp. She didn't have any ideas in her mind and only felt confused. How could she be dead? She already knew that Book of Gaia was the evolution of her diary. But if she was dead, then who wrote the diary? Or in other words, this page of the page world in the Holy Land. Who was writing this page? At this moment, a violent impact instantly spread over Leviathan. The shock wave was extremely violent. This huge, god-exterminating weapon that was as big as an island was forced to sink several meters, as if it was hit by some kind of impact. After the King of Swords charged forward, he couldn't help but frown as he dodged. Senior sister, Yulia, guessed that if she didn't rush forward, she would probably be like a kite. On a deck on the surface of Leviathan, dozens of purge knights who arrived first were now surrounding a deep pit. This deep pit was just smashed out. A beam of light fell from the sky like a meteor, forcing Leviathan to sink several meters. The inside of Leviathan was turbulent. In the big pit, white steam was billowing out. The terrifyingly high temperature made the metal deck at the edge of Leviathan turn red. Sir June! An exclamation sounded. At this moment, the King of Sword flew over with an iron chain dragging a woman behind him. June landed on the edge of the deep pit and looked over. Sir June, just now, when that knight was about to report, June waved his hand and signaled for him to be quiet. The King of Swords stared at the white steam in the pit and said coldly, he's out. The knights shivered and pulled out their weapons, pointing at the deep pit nervously. A confused figure slowly appeared in the white steam. The figure gradually became clear. So many people are welcoming me. This is Sir Fushi's voice. Seeing that the person who slowly walked out of the white steam was Lord Fushi, the King of Heaven. Only then did the group of knights let out a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, senior sister, Yulia, sucked in a cold breath. Not only did the King of Heaven come out, but he also dragged another guy out. Medanzo. At this moment, he was being held by the back of his collar and was being dragged out by Fushi bit by bit like a dead dog. His eyes were rolled back, and he seemed to have already lost consciousness. I haven't done such vigorous exercise for a long time. King of Fushi said with a smile. Chapter 2235. The Crown Princess Candidate. The key to Leviathan's heart was given by His Majesty. The heavenly monarch was currently sizing up Senior Yulia, and he had a very surprised expression on his face. At this moment, Senior Yulia instantly put on an obedient mask. What could she do? She was also in despair. Senior 11 with the cowhide brush, Palace, was rolling his eyes and foaming at the mouth. Suspected. Emperor June gave such an answer. The heavenly monarch turned his gaze and greeted him with a smile. That's not too far off. Emperor June, you are in the wrong. How can you treat the crown princess candidate like this? Emperor June said indifferently, come here. I'll deal with this person who is suspected to be from the Light Clan first. The King of Heaven mentioned Madanzo again without saying a word. Senior Yulia seemed to know nothing about the fact that she and Madanzo had illegally logged in together. The King of Heaven left just like that. Monument, Senior Yulia suddenly shouted at this moment. The two King of Heaven's gazes shot over as if they were real. Your crown prince might be at the monument right now, Senior Sister Yulia said with a serious expression. That place might also be the place where the execution will take place. They didn't ask more. After exchanging a look, the King of Heaven said indifferently, Emperor June, we have work to do. An unprecedented riot broke out in the Holy Land. The residents of the Holy Land who bore the death mark wanted to escape. They thought that they would have to sacrifice a lot to get through the checkpoints guarded by the knights. However, it wasn't so. There weren't many knights guarding the checkpoints, and there were only a few ordinary guards. The death mark had marked the dead people. Once the time was up, it meant the arrival of death. This was the terrifying ability of the god-destroying weapon, Leviathan. Therefore, there was no need to guard the checkpoints, let alone capture them. In fact, the people couldn't go anywhere. After realizing this, the Purge Knights retreated and allowed the chaos to fester and the trampling of those who blocked the exits of the city to happen. I'm a conferred aristocrat. Bastard, I can give you a lot of wealth. Open a path for me to get out. This noble was operating normally. At the very least, he planned to spend money to hire someone. However, most of them were ordering their servants to chase them away violently. The Purging Knights no longer cared about them anyway. This is a human. Mythical creatures were defeated by such humans. In an open space on the city wall, the half-elf girl Kaliana stuck her head out and looked at the chaos below, feeling emotional. The one who knocked us down was only the glorious sun, not a human. Kaliana subconsciously turned her head and looked at the legendary shadow hero, Kai, who had brought her here. Right now, Kai Emperor seemed to be in a good state of mind. The metal dragon bone that had been bothering him had also been removed. Just like a ferocious beast, just by standing there calmly, he gave off the feeling of a ferocious beast. Kaliana subconsciously shuddered. She didn't know why this legendary hero only took her away. Was it because they were both elves? However, she only had half-elf blood. Strictly speaking, a mixed blood with a human would not please either side except for her closest relatives. Glorious sun. What kind of existence is it? Kaliana subconsciously looked at the floating castle. A special existence that only appears in a certain era. Kai Emperor was very calm. Glorious sun is not a human, but the power of fate. Fate! Kaliana couldn't help but open her mouth. Or rather, the power to control fate, Kai Emperor said calmly. Whether fate itself can be controlled is itself a mystery. Generally speaking, the only thing that can control fate is fate itself. But who knows if fate is actually not controlled by a higher level of fate? No Matryoshka dolls. Kaliana immediately rolled her eyes. Kai Emperor was also quite direct. He directly knocked Kaliana to the ground with one blow. In short, you just need to remember that fighting against Califar is no different from fighting against fate. Us. At this time, Kaliana couldn't help but rub her swollen head. The reason why this legendary hero insisted on taking her away was that she was the inheritor of Will. She didn't know what Will was actually, and Kai didn't explain. Then, he simply and violently brought her to his side. But I heard that the crown prince of the empire seems to be Glorious Sun too. Kaliana rubbed her head as she got up. You have to fight against more than just the founder great emperor? Kai was silent at this time. Just when Kaliana thought Kai wouldn't answer, this great hero slowly said, In the same era, it is impossible for two glorious sun to exist at the same time. What do you mean? The new, glorious sun will continue to devour the power of the old one until the old one dies. And this process is irreversible. Kalyana's heart trembled, and she subconsciously said, "What if the old one is unwilling?" At this time, Kai Emperor said expressionlessly, "I said that the process is irreversible, but I didn't say that it won't stop. When there is only one glorious sun left, it will naturally stop." Kalyana, who seemed to have realized something, couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Between the founder Great Emperor and the crown prince of the empire, in the end, there could only be one existence. This is a very good opportunity. At this time, a strong, violent aura suddenly erupted from Kai Emperor's body. Compared to the more powerful old one, the new, glorious sun is obviously weaker. As long as we kill the new, glorious sun, then the power of destiny that the glorious sun represents will be greatly lost. Califar will not be undefeatable. Kai began to press his legs. The car slowly stopped at the parking lot of an unfinished building. Babalia walked down from the carriage and looked left and right. Immediately, a few demi-humans with unkind expressions walked out from the shadows all around the carriage. They quickly surrounded Babalia. However, this former runner-up of the Holy Land swordsmanship competition didn't show any signs of retreating. Soon, the demi-humans opened up a path, and Yi Yen, the leader of the Drowning Dog Bandits, walked out. Only one came back. Yi Yen frowned. Babalia said, "Young master asked me to bring you some gifts." As he spoke, Babalia lifted the cloth cover on the container in the car. Inside, there were members of the fantasy circus lying on the ground. "These are friends of the crown prince," Babalia said indifferently. "Young master said that you will know what to do." Yi Yen shrugged. "I know what I will do, but I don't know if it is what your young master wants to do. But it doesn't matter. I don't have to listen to him." "As you wish," Babalia said indifferently. "I have completed the mission. Then goodbye." He was about to leave, but the demi-humans didn't seem to want to let him go just like that. They approached him. Babalia glanced at them casually, but Yi Yen waved his hand at this time. "Let him go. After all, no matter what, you won't feel at ease if there is a noble deacon in the team. I have received the gift. Please tell your young master that I like this gift very much." Babalia bowed and disappeared from the parking lot. "Okay, go and prepare." Yi Yen said loudly, "This is originally an internal matter of the royal family, and it has nothing to do with us. However, the divine destroyer has been activated, and all of us have been marked as dead. Naturally, we can't just sit still and wait for death. We can't entrust our hope of survival to others. Even if we are just creatures living in the sewers, we must pollute the world with the filth of the sewers. Whoever wants us to die, we will kill them. Look, it's that simple, right?" High-pitched, in an empty house that was tilted, Captain J was lying on a recliner, staring at the white ceiling in a daze. His fingers, there was a coin flipping between his fingers. As a qualified magician, he was naturally very skilled in playing with coins. At this time, the little blue bird flew in from the chaotic space outside the empty house and landed directly on Leader's body. "Are you full?" "Not bad." Leader J smiled slightly. "Then it's time to work." "It's almost time, go." Soon, the little blue bird flew out of the empty house again. This time, it flew directly out of the human monument. No one cared about the little bird flying in the sky. Everyone was busy with their own business. The coin was still turning on Leader J's fingertips. Suddenly it stopped. In front of Leader J, a small light screen unfolded. It was the outside of the human monument, and a figure appeared. The leader blinked thoughtfully. Soon, at the base of the human monument, a crack that was as tall as 2 people cracked open. It was the entrance. "Is it asking me to go in?" Daphne looked at the entrance that suddenly appeared in front of her in shock. It was dark inside, and she couldn't see anything at all. Should I go in? She gritted her teeth and went in. Daphne was shocked by the upside-down emptiness inside the human monument. But soon, something brought Daphne's body to a higher place. In just a moment, Daphne came to a tilted empty room. Leader Day was here now, sitting on a recliner. Leader, how did you know I was here? Leader J asked directly. Daphne hesitated and said, It's Miss Ying's precognitive dream. She had a precognitive dream not long after you left. I see. Leader J nodded and then said with a bitter smile, Since she had a precognitive dream, that guy will probably hate me to death. Then why did you come to me? I don't know. Daphne shook her head. I walked and walked. She said something to you, right? Leader J's eyes were abnormally clear. Daphne was slightly startled. Leader, he didn't seem to have changed. He still had the same look in his eyes, the same look he had when he was performing with everyone in the circus. Such a leader, really wants the Holy Land to be bathed in rivers of blood? Miss Ying, she really... Daphne opened her mouth. He suddenly wanted to confess something in front of... The urge to break out of the ground like a bud was crazily trying to pry open his teeth. If it's difficult, it's fine if you don't say it. Leader, Jay shook his head, it's fair. After all, I have many things that I haven't told you, so I won't force you. Leader, why do you want to do these things? Daphne mustered up her courage and asked. Leader Jay chuckled and said, If I don't do these things now, I might regret it in the future. The death mark on Daphne's head was still as red as blood. He gritted his teeth and said, I heard that everyone has been marked. Mr. Qingtian and the others too. I know. Leader Jay nodded. Daphne said, Leader, you can remove the death mark on Qingtian and the others, so you're not worried, right? I don't intend to remove their marks. Leader Jay shook his head at this time. Including you, I don't intend to remove it. So you came to me just for this, right? Daphne smiled bitterly. I have such thoughts before. Now, I still have such thoughts. Daphne said softly, but it doesn't seem to be that strong. I always feel that if people die, there are many things that they don't have to worry about and don't have to face. Escaping is very shameful, right? No, escaping is the most useful way. Leader Jay shook his head and said, When facing pain, there is no more useful way than escaping. I personally recommend people to escape. After all, escaping means that people don't have the ability to overcome pain for the time being. Since you don't have this strength yet, why force yourself? If it's just to live, escaping can also make you live well. Leader, Daphne was stunned. You also have such a negative view. Then what do you think it is? Leader Jay smiled slightly. Daphne said faintly, When we were in the circus, the leader was always able to bring joy and smiles to everyone. Every audience member who saw your performance would look at you because they could see a long-lost relaxation in you. So I thought that the leader should be able to bring joy to people. Isn't temporary joy a way to escape? Leader Jay said indifferently, According to your understanding, I think the effect I brought to them is more like a drug that temporarily forgets all the depression in life. In fact, I didn't change any of their original situations. It's different. Daphne said excitedly, It's different. After the laughter, everything will become different. Leader Jay changed his sitting position. Then what about you? Have you become different? During this period of time, you have been living in the circus, so you should be unprecedentedly relaxed. But now, it seems that you don't have a good solution to your current situation. You just can't face yourself, right? Leader Jay suddenly stood up. For example, gender. Leader. Daphne retreated in horror. Don't misunderstand. Leader Jay smiled and said, I didn't peek. I just knew when I picked you up. Not only did I know, Everyone in the circus knew from the beginning. It's just that no one cared. No one cared? Why should we care? Leader Jay said matter-of-factly. For example, Qing Tian, such a freak, does anyone care? Like cats, an armor that can laugh, jump and talk, does anyone care? No. An existence like the circus can accept all kinds of strange things. For the audience, instead of saying whether to accept it or not, it's better to say, that's it. With that said, Leader Jay suddenly snapped his fingers. In an instant, all the clothes on Daphne's body were torn apart. The moment all the disguises were removed, he was stripped naked and stood there naked. So, even if you are a pervert, it doesn't matter. Leader Jay said indifferently, but speaking of which, your hobby is really a bit special. This should be a perverted tattoo? Daphne, the moment Dasher was torn apart, his mind was already blank. When he realized that the tattoo on his lower abdomen that was inscribed by Kalyana with a special technique in the name of stimulating his potential was also seen, Dasher was dumbfounded. No, it's not like this. Chapter 2236. However, the feeling of nakedness was soon replaced by another feeling. A piece of black cloth that was commonly used in magic performances suddenly flashed in front of Dasher's loud voice. The moment the black cloth fell, the clothes on his body had changed. Black shorts, gloves, and boots. The small vest that looked like a strap and the hollow abdomen completely highlighted the coat of arms that Kalyana used to stimulate his potential. It was a pink and purple coat of arms. Accept your true self. The voice of the leader of Jay sounded in Dasher's ears. The boy looked at the reflection in the mirror that suddenly appeared in front of him with a timid gaze. The real me? Yes, the leader of Jay said softly. The real you? The real me, the leader of Jay chuckled and casually touched Dasher's cheek with his finger. A purple star-shaped pattern appeared on the boy's cheek, making him look even more demonic. You appeared out of thin air. The leader of Jay's voice sounded again. I saw it with my own eyes. You suddenly appeared out of thin air without any origin. You, perhaps, don't belong to our world. Dasher's eyes trembled slightly, and he said subconsciously, I don't want to leave here. Then stay, the captain of just said in a low voice, as my servant. The boy's eyes gradually lost their luster, and he knelt on the ground humbly. He looked at him unmoved. He just muttered to himself mockingly, I look more and more like a big villain. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. After a night of chaos, the Holy Land seemed unusually bleak during the day. There were only less than 2 hours left before the execution time. There was no one on the road leading to the human monument. There were only some carriages that had lost control and crashed on the roadside. Perhaps they were the carriages used by nobles. The doors and windows of the buildings were tightly closed. From time to time, one could only see shadows swaying behind the curtains. In the few towering buildings closest to the human monument, a group of demi-humans was lurking at this time. There's no movement at all. On the rooftop, the leader of Yi Yan, who was hiding behind a combat cloth, was using a telescope to observe the human monument. However, the human monument was just standing there, and there was no one around. Nothing appeared. Could the witch's prophecy be wrong? The demi-human resistance wasn't just limited to the drowning dog pirates. The entire demi-human resistance was formed because of the Witch of Turbidity's precognitive dream, and they weakly maintained a temporary cooperative relationship. At this moment, news came from the other side. Leviathan moved. It's moving this way. The exclamation instantly made everyone's expression tense. The god-destroying weapon, Leviathan, according to the legends, was an ultimate killing weapon that even the gods of the mythological era could easily bring down. The terrifying memories of Leviathan had always been passed down in the bloodline of the descendants of mythical creatures. The fear of it was instinctive, and it was something that happened before they were born. I really don't understand why you have to involve the lives of all of us in the Holy Land. Hasn't it always been like this? To the nobles, To the royal family who enjoy more privileges than the nobles, no matter how they oppress others, commoners are nothing more than dispensable props for their entertainment. Damn it, if we didn't lose the mythological war. Shouts of anger and despair began to spread among the crowd. Yi Yan listened silently, and he didn't have any intention to do anything. Anger and hatred were also good emotions that could be converted into action, even though he understood one thing. In the mythological war, if the mythical creatures didn't lose, then the one standing in his position now would probably be someone from the human race, right? Let's wait and see what Leviathan will do first. In the huge central control room, the two imperial generals were standing on the left and right respectively. Something interesting was about to happen. Senior Yulia was currently being forced to sit on the chair in the middle by the Fushi imperial general with a dumbfounded expression. The chair belonged to the commander-in-chief. As for the temporary commander-in-chief, Commander Bismarck, he could only stand below with a complicated expression. His authority as the commander-in-chief was bestowed by the King of Heaven, and now his authority had been taken back. Obviously, after a night of hard work, this former commander of the Royal Knights still couldn't wash away the shame of letting the strange bandit clown escape from the imperial palace. He looked at the woman sitting between the two generals. This woman should have appeared in the fantasy circus and boarded Count Dekria's airship together with them. He couldn't understand how did this woman become the crown princess candidate and now sit on the commander-in-chief seat. Senior Yulia could actually feel the resentment in Commander Bismarck's eyes. The point was that she was also in despair. Her hands were still handcuffed by Emperor June's chains. In fact, Senior Yulia had already figured it out. These two royal generals didn't believe in her so-called identity as the crown prince's consort at all. As for treating her as a substitute for the crown prince's consort, you actually want me to take the blame, right? How can you say that? You are the honorable crown princess candidate, and your status is extremely high. As humble servants of the royal family, how can we dare to be presumptuous in front of the crown princess candidate? The King of Heaven said with a smile, "Everyone knows that the royal family has a strict hierarchy, and your highness has the highest status here. Of course, Leviathan will be under your command. Could it be that your highness' identity as the crown princess candidate is fake?" CKU. Senior immediately puffed up her chest. How can it be? Don't you see my good figure? It was all developed by your crown prince. He likes to let me sit on his lap the most. And he even said that my legs are fun. Can't hear it, can't hear it, can't hear it. The people in the control room were so frightened that they couldn't hear anything. Only the King of Sword General, Jun, remained unmoved. He stared at the big screen in front of him, constantly paying attention to the situation at the human monument. Only the King of Heaven could take this blow. Your Highness is able to serve the Crown Prince well, and this old servant is really comforted and grateful. Thank you for your hard work, Your Highness Crown Princess candidate. I will ask the palace doctor to nourish your body later. He seemed to be dealing with her like a dog servant. This is also AF * King talent, Senior. Yulia sighed in her heart. At this moment, she felt like she was sitting on a carpet of needles. She rubbed her eyebrows and said, "Since I'm the commander of Leviathan now, I'll order Leviathan to remove all the death marks. Is there a problem?" "I'm afraid not. The death marks are automatically activated by Leviathan." Fushi shook his head helplessly at this time. Currently, all the researchers in the Holy Land are working hard to remove the death marks, but the results are minimal. You didn't activate it. Senior, Yulia, opened her mouth in surprise. Then she had an idea and said, "Then stop it. Just stop it completely. Remove the energy. Can it run without batteries?" The only way to stop the death marks is to make Leviathan's heart stop beating. Fushi shook his head and said, "However, once Leviathan's heart stops beating, it means that Leviathan will die and the Empire will lose a god-destroying weapon. We can't afford such a loss. Why don't you give this order? Your Highness Crown Princess, Consort Candidate. If it's you, we can only do it. Besides, I heard that His Majesty likes you very much and even gave you Princess Yao's music box as a gift. With such great favor, I'm sure His Majesty won't blame you too much. UF** King Bastard again. There's still time. Let's wait and see. Senior, Yulia, shrank her neck. That's what I'm thinking as well. The Heavenly King General smiled and stood there calmly. At this moment, the alarm in the central control room suddenly rang. Di-Jun and Fushi both frowned at the same time. They saw that a figure had appeared on the big screen at some point in time. It was the figure that appeared in front of the human monument and the Leviathan. Senior, Yulia, widened her eyes and stared at the figure on the big screen in disbelief. She cursed, "Isn't this?" It was a young man wearing a demonic and restrained costume. The young man floated in the sky. Compared to the huge Leviathan, he was as small as a speck of dust. It feels a little different. Senior sister, Yulia, carefully sized him up at this time. Soon, her attention was attracted by the pink and purple emblem that protruded from the boy's lower abdomen. How did he do it? Just when everyone was surprised by the appearance of the demonic young man in the sky said slowly with a blank expression, "Welcome to the stage of the fantasy circus. Before the official performance, we have prepared some entertainment for everyone." With that, the demonic young man slowly stretched out his hand. Suddenly, a golden vortex appeared behind the demonic young man. The vortex began to expand like a door. A large number of high-energy reactions are detected. 34, 59, 102, 187, 300. The number is still increasing. The controller's horrified voice sounded in the control room. Commander Bismack pushed the controller away and sat down, looking at the data on the detector with a serious expression. Why are there so many high-energy reactions? Something is coming out? Commander Bismack looked up at the image on the big screen and gasped. It's coming out. From the golden vortex that opened up behind the demonic young man like a door, there was a large amount of something that was beginning to rush out. The first thing that appeared was a guy wearing broken armor and his eyes. His eyes were bloody and his skin was pale. He looked like an injured person who had just walked out of the battlefield. Then another guy who was covered in injuries. One of his arms was broken. One after another, the high-energy reaction sources on the detector broke free from the vortex, one by one. Not a single one appeared, and the air seemed to have solidified a little. The suffocating feeling spread in the control room. No, in the entire Holy Land. Yaredin, Daniel, Jinger. When the high-energy reactions appeared one after another, the Heavenly Monarch General was also constantly shouting a name. Lord Fushi, could these be? Commander Bismack seemed to have guessed something, and his expression changed drastically as he looked up at the commander's bridge. These are the warriors buried in the monuments. The one who replied was the King of Sword, Di-Jun. Our former comrades. How can this be? Commander Bismack widened his eyes in disbelief. The warriors buried in the tombstones of mankind. So, these were the warriors who had fallen in the mythological war. What kind of warrior was worthy of being buried in the tombstones of mankind? Bismack was not only the commander of the Royal Knights, but he was also from the Golden Clan. Even if he did not personally participate in the war, he knew enough about it. Only the great warriors who were known as heroic spirits were qualified to be buried in the monuments of humans. These deceased warriors were all heroes in the war between humans and mythological creatures. Our opponents are... Commander Bismack sat down helplessly. Former heroes. Their souls? Inside the control room it was dead silent. The King of Heaven, Fushi, stopped calling out the names of the deceased warriors. His expression was unprecedentedly solemn when all the golden vortexes disappeared. The King of Heaven finally let out a sigh of relief. It was as if he was relieved that more of the deceased warriors did not appear. However, Fushi soon laughed bitterly. A total of 400. That's really a big deal. They should rest in peace, Dijuan suddenly said. Even the crown prince of the empire can't blaspheme them. The King of Sword pulled out his sword. Then the dome of the control room opened, and Dijuan turned into a ray of light and rushed out. Hey, I'm still here. The King of Sword soared into the sky, but he was still chained to the person who was suspected to be the crown princess consort. Finally, Senior's sister, Yulia, who was sitting on the commander's seat, was dragged out with a whoosh. Help! The mask of fear was tied up. Finally, is it going to start? Holy Land, prisoner shelter. A sewer pipe suddenly burst open, and the prisoners began to be flooded. At this moment, the Witch of Turbidity stood on her tiptoes on the bed and looked outside the small iron window, thoughtfully. A sad stage, the Witch of Turbidity murmured to herself and then fell silent. After a moment of silence, the Witch of Turbidity suddenly took a deep breath and screamed, Help! The sh*T is going to drown me. Help! Why am I so unlucky? I'm so angry. End of this chapter. Chapter 2237. The King of Swords was too powerful. The dead human heroes couldn't even withstand one strike from him and were directly chopped down. However, Yulia was in a bad situation. She was like a human kite flying around in the high-altitude battlefield. The area of her psychological trauma continued to expand. However, no matter how powerful the King of Swords was, he couldn't withstand the number of dead human heroes. After the first wave of 400 dead heroes appeared, the demonic young man actually used Treasure of the Dead again. In an instant, hundreds of dead human heroes appeared again. The King of Swords couldn't kill them all at once, so hundreds of dead human heroes directly landed on the surface of Leviathan. Seeing this, Commander Bismack had no choice but to order the knights to fight back. As for why it was him, it was very simple. Because the King of Swords was in the main control room and Lord Fushi was missing, Commander Bismack was destined to take on all of this. We can't let these guys invade the interior of Leviathan. Commander Bismack took a deep breath and directly shouted, Men, bring me my armor! In the passage, the King of Swords slightly raised his head. Above his head, some dust started to fall due to the vibrations of the battle. He covered his ears with both hands and muttered, I can't hear you, I can't hear you, I can't hear you. He didn't intend to participate in this battle at all. Inside the huge body of Leviathan, he turned and turned, gradually going deeper and deeper. Not long after, he arrived at a secluded room. In the room, Medanzo, who was suspected to be from the light race, was suspended in the air. Actually, 2 of the 6-wing Medanzo's wings had been torn off, and the remaining 4 were like leaves without water, drooping down weakly. Her consciousness seemed to be not very clear, and her eyes were blurred. The King of Swords walked closer to Medanzo. Originally, he should have dealt with her more carefully, but he was delayed by Yulia. At this time he clapped his hands, and the chains hanging Medanzo were instantly released. The 6-winged young man directly fell to the ground. You don't seem to be convinced. Tian Wang squatted down and said, At this moment, Medanzo's vision gradually regained its clarity. He moved his body and slowly sat up. He said expressionlessly, The posture of a victor? The celestial monarch shook his head and said, Thank you. Medanzo couldn't help but frown. Heaven Monarch General Fushi smiled and said, After all, it's been a long time since I've exercised so intensely. Yaya, it really feels good. Medanzo immediately fell silent. This guy was comparable to that prince desolate. Heaven Monarch Jiang said, I'm very curious. How did you escape from Nirvana Ocean? Madanzo asked calmly, "Why must it be from Nirvana Ocean?" Heaven Monarch Fushi smiled. "If it was born naturally outside of the Nirvana Ocean, then I will have to consider if I should cleanse the radiant race's bloodline outside of the Nirvana Ocean." This guy, Madanzo, instantly chuckled. What was in the page was only a part of his consciousness. If it really died, it would only cause the main consciousness to be depressed for a period of time. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of death at all. "Why? Are you so afraid that the radiant race will grow stronger one day? Speaking of which, what the hell is the radiant race?" Fushi shook his head and said, "Or rather, there has always been an operation to cleanse the radiant race. It's just that before you appeared, I wasn't interested at all. You also know that travel expenses are very tight. It's very troublesome to go out." Madanzo smiled mysteriously and said, "Compared to a loser like me, shouldn't your attention be more on that shitty crown prince?" Although I agree with your evaluation of the crown prince, as a loyal subject of the royal family, I can only silence you. Like a cat toying with a mouse, Heaven Monarch suddenly poked Madanzo's eyes with his finger. His finger directly pierced through Madanzo's eyeball. Madanzo instantly groaned and clenched her teeth. This guy's attack didn't just affect the body, it could even affect the willpower. Heaven Monarch generals were the Empire's strongest military force. Madanzo had already experienced how terrifying they were. Moreover, there were as many as 7 of them. Although it was only a part of his consciousness that entered the page world, after the battle, Heaven Monarch General's strength was probably only the tip of the iceberg. If the characters that appeared in the Book of Gaia were only impressions, then the main body of the impression would definitely exist outside of the Book of Gaia. Although all the pages were derived from fantasy, the derivation would definitely follow the basic laws. The logic of the few page worlds that Madanzo had experienced was self-consistent. In other words, the powerful creatures that appeared in the page world definitely existed in the void dimension. Heaven Monarch General Fushi in the void dimension, at least he was at the level of the top forces in the void dimension. In the kingdom of heaven, he would at least be at the level of a sage. In the heavenly court, he would be at the level of a true immortal, right? In the transcendent organization, he would probably be at the level of a king. Madanzo continued to think that the empire had a total of 7 such monarch generals. However, based on the understanding that there were actually 8 monarch generals in total, the evaluation of the empire's high-end forces still needed to be reserved. Moreover, there was the even more terrifying royal family. Such a huge force, which corner of the void dimension did it exist in? With the war of the kingdom of heaven's army, the spread of the religion widely, yet there was no knowledge of it. This was very illogical. Could it be a force from the old era of the void dimension? The void dimension had once changed between the old and the new era. The current void dimension forces, such as the kingdom of heaven, the heavenly court, the transcendent, and so on, were also born in the new era. Everything about the old era could only be deciphered through the various dangers, secret places, and relics scattered in the void dimension. Therefore, if the Book of Gaia was a powerful void artifact born in the old era, Madanzo would also believe it. Following this line of thought, the various characters involved in the Book of Gaia should naturally be residents of the void dimension from the old era. Your mental activity seems to be quite active? Yes, after all, it is cursing you. Madanzo looked up. One of her eyes was bleeding, but her face was pale, but she still had a smile. She looked somewhat scary. "What are you thinking about?" Heaven Monarch General Fushi asked curiously. Madanzo said indifferently, "I am thinking it is so lively outside. Is it really okay for you to neglect your duty here?" Heaven Monarch General smiled and said, "You have to believe that your partner has the ability to overcome all difficulties." Madanzo shrugged and said, "That legendary Kai Emperor is also jumping around outside, and as far as I know, his sealed power should have been unlocked, and it was your crown prince who gave him the key. Didn't that sword monarch general tell you about this?" Heavenly Monarch Jiang Fushi blinked his eyes A hint of surprise flashed across his face. Madanzo's remaining eye suddenly opened, revealing a shocked expression as she looked behind Heaven Monarch General Fushi. Heaven Monarch General Fushi couldn't help but open his mouth in shock, then shook his head and chuckled. I thought you wouldn't be so bored. This kind of TV series hasn't used such a scene for a long time. Bang! His body crazily slammed to the side, directly smashing the metal wall into pieces. Heaven Monarch General Fushi sat up from the debris of the metal wall, his head full of dust, and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. You really didn't lie. Someone was standing in front of Madanzo at this moment. One of his feet was even raised high. The great hero of the shadow almost kicked the founder emperor, the legendary Kai Emperor, to death. Young man, are you okay? Kai smiled at this moment, revealing a mouthful of white teeth that could still shine. With that, Kai directly turned and kicked, and the airflow from the kick directly cut off the chain on Madanzo's body. Madanzo was startled and couldn't help but smile bitterly, muttering, "Another king level." Why did she have a feeling that in this page world of the Holy Land, king level was lower than dogs, and indescribable level was everywhere? Hallucination? Young man, what are you muttering about? It was unknown if it was because the metal dragon bone had been removed, but at this moment, Emperor Kai was speaking so loudly and in such high spirits. I said you're very handsome. Madanzo's face was full of admiration. Am I? Kai Emperor shook his head. Among the shadow spirits, my appearance is relatively at the bottom. Maybe you haven't seen enough beautiful things, so you think everything you see is handsome. You have to increase your knowledge in daily life. Cultivation is a lifelong career. Madanzo shook her head and was about to speak, but Kai Emperor suddenly shouted, "Young man, let's talk later. Wait until I kick this slippery guy to death first." The King of Heaven, he was nowhere to be seen, and no one knew when he slipped away. You were so cool when you beat me. Who are you looking down on? Madanzo indignantly patted the dust on her body. Great hero, don't kick him to death. Just kick him a few more times. Kai Emperor, who was far away, gave her a thumbs up. Simple-minded. There are benefits to being simple-minded, right? Madanzo laughed dryly, then stretched out her hand and pressed the wound on her blinded eye. White lightning flashed, and the wound began to heal rapidly. The ruptured eyeball also recovered in a short time. She blinked her eyes, and her vision also recovered. Do I need to heal myself to recover from this kind of injury? Madanzo lowered her head and muttered, Then who gave me the resurrection token when I died last time? Oh, there's still someone here? She turned around and saw a girl looking at her curiously, the half-elf girl, Karina. Both of them looked at each other. Karina waved her hand first. Hi, noble young master. Madanzo was stunned. What are you doing here at Leviathan? Karina said with a distressed expression, Just now, that guy with muscles all over his head said that he wanted me to have a good look at his fighting posture. He said that it might be useful in the future, so... Speaking of which, while that guy is not here, young master, can you take me away from this dangerous place? I can consider having a date with you for the purpose of staying the night. Madanzo shrugged and said helplessly, No, I'm just a child. The half-elf girl was even more distressed at this time. The distressed thing was unknown. Madanzo thought for a while and said, Then why did this guy come to Leviathan? Karina said, I think he said that he wanted to take out the heart of Leviathan. This can solve the problem of the death mark. Madanzo's eyes suddenly lit up. I'm not sure. Then let's make sure. Madanzo directly grabbed Karina's arm and flew up. She felt that it was more dangerous. The half-elf girl couldn't help but sigh at this time. People began to spontaneously come around the human monument and pay close attention. Yesterday, on the flyers scattered on the streets of the Holy Land, there was only the time of execution of World Prince Cicero, but there was no specific location. However, the fact that the divine weapon Leviathan stopped in front of the human monument seemed to mean something. People crowded at the various exits of the Holy Land, and it was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Some people were struggling for the last time. Some people had already given up and returned to their homes to accompany their loved ones. Some people chose to come to the human monument. Perhaps before the end of their lives, they could see with their own eyes how the prince, who had great power over the world, was executed. They could die without regrets, right? On the ground and on the rooftop of the building, a group of demi-humans, led by the leader, Yin of the Drowning Dog Bandits, were nervously watching the battle between the King General and the undead through various telescopes. There wasn't much time left before the execution. A lot of civilians also came. Yi Yen looked at the civilians hiding on the street and couldn't help but frown. At this time, a demi-human leader suddenly said, "This may be a good thing. If we can cause chaos among these civilians, it should be beneficial to us." The demi-humans were demi-humans and humans were humans. The demi-humans at the bottom of the Holy Land didn't care about the life and death of these humans. Yi Yen didn't care about the hatred between races, but he could consider this proposal. "Guys, look, there's movement on the monument." On the human monument, on the huge platform, a figure slowly floated out from the bright and clean floor. The leader of the fantasy circus, Magician, was wearing a white shawl and formal attire. He wore a white top hat and a white eye patch on his glasses. The culprit of all this slowly walked to the edge of the monument. "Thank you, everyone, for coming." He faced the battlefield, faced the Holy Land, and also faced the imperial palace that hung high in the distance. He slowly bent down. The opening ceremony was a gift. End of this chapter. Chapter 2238. Bang! A powerful explosion suddenly appeared on the upper left shell of the Leviathan. Then a figure flew out at high speed with his back bent. It was Lord Fushi, the King of Heaven of the Empire. The King of Sword was still killing, purifying the hero. Seeing something flying at high speed, he shook the chain on his arm without thinking. This kind of shaking would cause the end of the chain to shake greatly. Senior sister, Yulia, naturally took the brunt of it and put on the painful mask again. The main reason was that she was shaken too much, and it was as uncomfortable as motion sickness. Instantly, the shaking chain rolled up the King of Heaven to the front of the King of Sword, Dijuan. The two kings of the empire looked at each other. The King of Heaven blinked his eyes and quickly waved his hand, greeting with a smile, "Hi!" "Why are you?" The King of Sword frowned. "I met a troublesome guy." The King of Heaven looked innocent. The King of Sword frowned again, and then he turned around and blocked with his light sword. Behind him, a huge dark red steam condensed into a terrifying shadow like an azure dragon. The light sword blocked the dark red azure dragon. Dijuan took a deep breath and pushed the light sword with all his strength. The sword light was extinguished, and the dark red steam appeared. Emperor Kai appeared. "You really took off the dragon bone." The King of Sword looked a little serious. Emperor Kai was floating in the air. He didn't have the ability to fly, but he could kick the air at a terrifying speed. In short, he could do a movement in the air that could stop as long as he had legs. "How's the power?" Emperor Kai showed his shiny white teeth. The King of Sword said seriously, "It's not as fierce as before. You've become weak, Kai." Emperor Kai said indifferently, "You should be like me, starving for hundreds of years before saying this. I'm going to kick you two to death first, and then kick that young, glorious son to death. Thank you, everyone, for coming." The voice wasn't loud, but it was clear, and it seemed to be an unexpected coincidence. The main character has appeared. Kai Huang slowly let out a sigh of relief. He actually gave up on attacking the two king generals. The dark red steam on his body exploded. This legendary hero skin had actually turned crimson red at this moment. The Sword King immediately snorted coldly. No matter what, allowing this criminal to attack the imperial family and ignoring the imperial crown prince at that, was the greatest dereliction of duty. With a wave of his lightsaber, the King of Swords would still directly strike from behind Kai Huang. They were not young anymore, so naturally they would not talk about martial ethics. The sword light flashed, and the two dead heroes who couldn't kill the two heroes directly rushed toward the sword light like moths to a flame. The sword light was broken, and the two dead heroes also disappeared instantly. Emperor Jun and Fushi couldn't help but frown at the same time. After the two heroes disappeared, another figure stood in front of them again. Surprisingly, it was the demonic young man who had attracted a large number of hero deaths. He was wearing a strange and restrained outfit. Dasher. Yulia whispered at this moment. She remembered the young man's appearance at this moment. He was the older brother of the pair of siblings that she had met when she first arrived at the Holy Light Kingdom. However, looking at the demonic young man, Dasher's strange outfit, and the tattoo on his lower abdomen, Yulia couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, the boss knows how to play. Get out of the way. The King of Swords didn't care who was blocking the way and directly shouted coldly. However, the demonic young man's eyes were hollow. He just raised his hand and held a magic wand. He waved the magic wand and it instantly turned into a long black stick. At this moment, the demonic young man actually took out a note to fight. Leave this guy to me. The King of Swords pinched up his sleeves and said with a generous smile, I'll bite the hard bone. After all, we are brothers who will be buried in the same cave in the future. However, Emperor Jun took a deep look at Fushi and then nodded. He said indifferently, be careful. There is something wrong with this guy. It seems that he has the support of the glorious sun. He is indeed a hard bone. The King of Swords blinked. Is that so? At this moment, without waiting for the King of Swords' response, Emperor Jun directly pulled the chain and pulled Yulia in front of him. He looked straight at her and said, The Crown Prince is right there. Since you said that you are the candidate of the Crown Princess, you must be able to stop the Crown Prince, right? If I say no, will I be cut in half? Of course. The senior sister had to pat her chest and said shamelessly, I'm almost in the shape of your Crown Prince. What do you think? Very good. Emperor Jun nodded. Then, I'm sorry to offend you again. Yulia blinked subconsciously as if something was wrong. She felt that the world was spinning around her. The King of Swords swung her up and spun her around hundreds of times. Under the effect of the horrifying centrifugal force, Yulia was sent flying like a cannonball. Help! Help! Ah! The demonic young man wanted to chase after her, but he had already waved his long black stick. However, a figure stood on one end of the stick with ease. Little brother, your opponent is me. The King of Swords smiled like a spring breeze. The demonic young man looked stupefied and didn't move at all. The King of Swords blinked and said, Little brother, we are just workers. You don't have to fight with your life. Let's pretend. I will first use the Black Tiger Steel's heart, and then you will use the Black Tiger Steel's heart. Let's go to the clouds and fight. The demonic young man was expressionless, but the long black stick in his hand suddenly smashed down. The King of Swords' eyes narrowed, and he crossed his hands to block the long black stick. However, the moment he blocked the stick, his face changed slightly. His hands were almost broken. The demonic young man in front of him was glowing with a huge gray airflow. The dead heroes turned into power and directly entered the demonic young man's body. Facing the demonic young man, whose power was increasing crazily, the King of Swords couldn't help but scratch his cheek and murmur, I kind of want to change places with Emperor Jun. In the end, the demonic young man who had absorbed the power of hundreds of dead heroes calmed down. Only the long black stick in his hand had lightning flowing around it from time to time. Fushi exhaled slowly and said indifferently, Let's laze around on the clouds. A cross-shaped weapon suddenly appeared under Fushi's feet. At the same time, a huge light pattern in the shape of the 8 trigrams spread out instantly. 10 directions. Change. On the battlefield, the King of Swords and the demonic young man disappeared instantly. Azure Dragon. The dark, red azure dragon swooped down as if it was going to swallow the human monument directly. The new glorious sun, let me see your ability. Da-da-da-da. Captain J looked up and saw the azure dragon descending. However, he calmly took out a magic wand. When the azure dragon came, the magic wand instantly touched the azure dragon. In a split second, starting from the head, the azure dragon turned into a blossoming flower. Emperor Kai landed on the ground from the blossoming flower with a dumbfounded look on his face. How could your glorious sun power? Captain A shook his head gently. At the same time, a human cannonball instantly hit the flat surface of the human monument. Senior Yulia felt that her bones were broken. After falling to the ground, she rolled all the way to the feet of Captain J, and then she collapsed with her arms and legs spread out. Before Senior Yulia could catch her breath, a light flashed, and the King of Swords had already set foot on the human monument. Captain J looked at the chain connecting the two of them. He was a little surprised and frowned slightly. The King of Swords said seriously, "Your Highness, this woman said that she is your concubine candidate. I can't be sure, so I can only bring her with me temporarily. I didn't mean to offend her, and the chain is long enough, so this lady's physiological activities are not affected." On the side, Kai Huang couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He actually felt a desire to live from this Sword King General. My concubine candidate, where is she? Captain J looked at senior sister, Yulia, who had just caught her breath, and asked curiously, "When did this happen?" Senior J hugged his thigh with tears and snot, and she said pitifully, "I'm already a member of your circus. You have to take responsibility. Have you forgotten? Last time in Count Dekria's airship study, I was almost hit by your hand. Isn't that enough?" Captain A shook his head and said coldly, "You and Daphne came from the same place, right?" Senior Yulia S expression changed slightly, but she calmed down. Captain J shook his head again and said indifferently, "Fine, the royal family has found too many so-called concubine candidates for me. It doesn't make a difference if there is one more or one less. You can stand for now. It's about to start." What the F asterisk CK? Senior Yulia still couldn't react. Her mind was filled with Captain J.'s words. Did he decide so hastily? "Your Highness, please stop this meaningless behavior." The King of Swords said loudly, "Now that Leviathan is out of control, and the Holy Land is about to be destroyed. Your Highness, please calm this matter." Captain J shook his head and said, "It's not that Leviathan is out of control, it's just that it's not under your control. You can find the person who activated Leviathan." "Your Highness, you mean Fushi?" The King of Swords couldn't help but frown. Captain he didn't answer. He just walked straight to the center of the monument platform. A beam of light appeared, and 3 figures suddenly emerged from the ground in the center of the monument platform. They were Prince Desolate and Princess Angelique, who were kidnapped. After Prince Desolate appeared, he looked around curiously, especially Princess Angelique, who was next to him. Prince Desolate was even more focused on observing her. Angelige was currently dressed like a bunny girl. She was biting her lips and crossing her arms in front of her chest with an angry expression on her face. Big news. I didn't expect that Sister Huang Angelique, who has always been serious, is actually such a person. Prince Desolate widened his eyes in disbelief and said with a smile, 3 times. No, I'll kill you 10 times. Princess Angelique squeezed out a hateful voice from her throat. Prince Desolate clicked his tongue as if he hadn't had enough. He said, "I think it's worth it to kill you a few more times, sister." Damn it. Princess Angelique gritted her teeth and glared at the King of Swords in front of her. she said coldly. Emperor June, why are you still standing there? Do you want me to disgrace the royal family? The King of Swords hesitated for a moment and said that he couldn't do anything for the time being. He smiled bitterly and said, I'm sorry, Your Highness Angelique. Crown Prince's godless field has been activated. At this moment, an overwhelming number of airships appeared around the human monument. It was likely that all the airships in the Holy Land had moved here. On Leviathan, the knights were still fighting against some heroes, but Commander Bismack left the battlefield halfway and issued an order as a temporary commander, summoning all the defense forces in the Holy Land. I'm Bismack. Strange bandit, clown, you have nowhere to run. Just surrender. The voice of Bismack, the former commander of the Royal Knights, echoed in the air. He was standing on one of the airships, wearing a military uniform and a stern face. He shouted loudly, Give up this place and release the prince, and the princess. Otherwise, I'll have to punish you. His voice reverberated in the air. Hundreds and thousands of airships were approaching step by step. The annihilator on the airships had been activated. It seemed like they were going to fight a war. Princess Angelique was stunned. Prince Desolate couldn't help but open his mouth. The King of Swords frowned and didn't say anything. Emperor Kai rubbed his chin and looked at Emperor June curiously. He asked, Kid, what kind of idiot commander is this? Don't tell me he doesn't know the identity of the strange thief clown all this time? Emperor June heaved a sigh of relief. Bismack is a bit prideful, and no one took the initiative to tell him. Emperor Kai couldn't help but open his mouth. What a pitiful child. Commander Jay shook his head and said calmly, It doesn't matter. I think it's good to have more spectators. Commander Jay waved the magic wand in his hand. Prince Desolate and Princess Angelique's bodies floated up at the same time. Then 2 huge wooden barrels suddenly appeared and covered the 2 of them, leaving only their heads exposed. Isn't this? Senior, Yulia opened her mouth in shock. Isn't this thing used by the circus to perform sword magic? Captain Jay held a long and thin sword and took the lead to arrive in front of Prince Desolate. End of this chapter. Chapter 2239. Report. Princess Angelique and Prince Desolate have been found. On the airship, Commander Bismack's expression turned solemn when he heard the report from his subordinate. He quickly took over the monitor from his subordinate and watched everything on the human monument. He saw that the strange thief clown who had humiliated him for his entire life was walking toward Prince Desolate with a sword in his hand. Commander Bismack's expression changed drastically. Mr. Emperor June is also on the airship. Why didn't he move? What happened on the airship? Sir, we can't wait any longer. Commander Bismack gritted his teeth and ordered, Mobile troop, land immediately. There were long-range cannons on the airship, but how could they fire at the human monument? The thin and long sharp sword knocked on the drum-shaped wooden barrel lightly, proving its hardness. In the wooden barrel, Prince Desolate looked like a steamed person with only his head above the water. At this moment, he was curiously watching Commander's every move. There seems to be no mechanism in this wooden barrel. Prince Desolate said in confusion, It's against the rules to perform this magic trick with my immortal body. However, Commander didn't care. The thin and long sharp sword in his hand directly pierced into one of the holes in the wooden barrel. Prince Desolate was stunned at first, and then his eyes widened slightly. The sharp sword slowly pierced through the other end of the wooden barrel. There was a trace of crimson color on the tip of the sword, blood. You are serious? Prince Desolate exclaimed in disbelief. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Commander Jay still didn't speak. Like a magic trick, another long sword of the same style appeared in his hand. Then he slowly pierced it into the other hole in the wooden barrel. Prince Desolate's face twitched a few times. This kind of instinctive twitch caused by the pain in his body was obviously impossible to act out. The sword might have pierced into his lungs or other organs and then penetrated his body bit by bit. This kind of pain was obviously more torturous than piercing through his body with a single strike. After the third strike, Prince Desolate spat out another mouthful of blood. A scream sounded. It was the first time that Prince Desolate made such a tragic scream since he appeared. It hurts. So painful. I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing anymore. Ouch, 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 ouch. In just a short period of time, Commander J had already inserted 3 sharp swords into the barrel. Only then did he stop, looking at Prince Desolate, as pale-faced Commander J turned to look at the other wooden barrel beside him. Here, Princess Angelique's expression was uncertain. She subconsciously met Captain J's gaze, and her lips moved slightly. Captain J said indifferently, "He can't be killed because the method is wrong. Angie, if we keep the weapon in his body, he will only wander between life and death. If you really want to torture him, what you did in the past was too petty." Angelique was obviously a nickname, but Princess Angelique was clearly not satisfied with it, because Commander J had once again inserted the 4th sword into Prince Desolate. Barrel, the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th sword. Some kind of mysterious power was constantly recovering Prince Desolate from the state of death. However, just as Commander said, the weapon stayed in his body, making the revived Prince Desolate immediately face death again, wandering between life and death, reincarnating in the calm after the screams and death. "I saw that you will die, and you will die very miserably." Suddenly, the words that the Witch of Turbidity once said rang in Senior Yulia's ears. She looked at this performance in a daze and couldn't help but murmur absent-mindedly, "So it's such a tragic death." Looking at Commander J.'s back, Senior Yulia couldn't help but feel a chill crawling up her spine. This was no longer an execution, but a torture. But even so, the fact that Prince Desolate still couldn't die was still in front of her eyes. Even though he screamed again and again, the King of Sword, Dijuan, just looked on coldly. On one hand, it was an indisputable fact that he lost his power in the godless realm. On the other hand, he probably knew that even though he was suffering this kind of torture, Prince Desolate was indeed immortal, the royal immortal monster. "Save me! Sister, save me! Save me!" At this time, Prince Desolate's screams had turned into terrified screams. His face was distorted, and he cried bitterly as he looked at Princess Angelique. "Save me! Sister! Save me! I won't make you angry any more. I beg you. You can kill me however you want in the future. I'll let you kill me. Save me!" Too noisy. Commander J picked up the long sword again, but this time the long sword didn't pierce into the hole in the wooden barrel, but directly pierced into Prince Desolate's mouth. From the mouth, it directly penetrated the back of Prince Desolate's head. When the blood-stained crimson sword slowly penetrated the back of Prince Desolate's head, Prince Desolate began to twitch crazily. Tears. Those were tears of pain and fear. The immortal body was no longer the prince's asset. Instead, it had become the prince's nightmare. Saliva and blood slid down from the corners of his mouth. Prince Desolate's eyelids closed again and again, and then opened again and again. His eyes gradually lost their luster after experiencing life and death again and again. The transition between life and death again and again. The coexistence of life and death. Prince Desolate had become Schrodinger's Desolate in another sense. Enough! Enough! It was already the 21st sword strike. Princess Angelique's slightly pale voice suddenly sounded. "He's already like this. What can you do if you stab him a few more times?" "Angie," Commander J said indifferently, "killing him now is much less than killing him all the time." Princess Angelique subconsciously fell silent. Commander J said, "The execution of Desolate ends here. Next, it's your turn." He held the 20-second-long sword and approached Princess Angelique's wooden barrel. Princess Angelique subconsciously looked up at him. Commander J said slowly, "You don't have the ability of Desolate, so you probably only need one sword strike. You won't feel the pain of Desolate." Princess Angelique lowered her head and said faintly, "Do you hate us so much?" "I can't say that." Commander J shook his head. "I just want to take this opportunity to do something." Princess Angelique suddenly raised her head, took a deep breath, and said, "You're wrong, and you're wrong. Even if you really kill me, kill Desolate, and kill everyone, that person won't do anything to you. In his eyes, you're always the only successor, whether it's me or Desolate. We're just tools created by that man to relieve his loneliness." Commander J said indifferently, "Am I wrong?" "Maybe." I said, "Angie, why don't you correct me like before? Can you do it? If you can't, I can only continue. Since you've given me this kind of power to do whatever I want, please be prepared that I will really do whatever I want." The 20-second sword pierced through the hole in the barrel without hesitation. Princess Angelique's mind was blank at this time. She looked at Commander's eyes as if she felt all the despair, until the sword slowly emerged from the other side of the wooden barrel. But it was still a silver-white blade. There was no blood stain on it. Her body didn't have the piercing pain. Princess Angelique couldn't help but be stunned. A trace of complicated joy flashed in her eyes. She was about to speak. Just as she was about to speak, the 23rd sword at this time quietly pierced into another hole in the wooden barrel. In the wooden barrel, the sword directly pierced through Princess Angelique's shoulder. The heart-wrenching pain made Princess Angelique's pupils contract violently in an instant. The complicated joy instantly turned into disbelief and surprise. Then, sadness began to infect her. "You're worse than Desolate." She squeezed out a miserable voice from her throat. "Just like that person, we're just your tools." Commander J still didn't speak. His palm turned again, and another long sword appeared in his hand. "Felon clown. Give up resistance." At this moment, hundreds of figures rushed to the top of the monument in an instant. Knights, wearing strange, three-dimensional mobile armors, directly landed on the ground. In an instant, hundreds of elite knights, seeing the miserable situation of Prince Desolate and Princess Angelique, had no time to think and had already attacked the ferocious strange thief clown. The audience shouldn't be on the stage. Have some self-awareness. Commander J waved the long sword in his hand as if he was waving a magic wand. Hundreds of powerful elite knights were instantly surrounded by bubbles, and then they lost their balance and floated. They looked like ordinary soap bubbles, but no matter how they attacked, they couldn't break them. The knights were horrified. However, at this moment, an angry roar suddenly sounded. In the sky, a huge airship was crazily crashing into the human monument. On the airship, the person at the helm was Commander Bismack. He saw the strange thief clown killing Prince Desolate and also saw Clown attacking Princess Angelique. He couldn't care less if he would destroy the human monument. "Let's end this." "Clown!" Commander Bismack's face had a trace of madness. "I vowed to serve the royal family. However, it has been 3 years. For 3 whole years, I lived in humiliation. Today, I will erase the stain in my life." He wanted to crash into the human monument with the airship. This guy, no one told him about this. Commander J blinked his eyes and seemed to be surprised. Commander J shook his head and thought for a while. Then he pointed the magic sword in his hand again, and a huge bubble was formed, covering the airship that was about to crash into it. However, when the huge bubble was about to envelop the airship suddenly exploded. The explosion of this airship was very powerful. After the earth-shaking explosion, the horrifying airflow began to crash into the monument platform. The people who lost their abilities under the influence of Godless Realm were instantly blown away by this horrifying airflow. Instantly, Senior Sister Yulia grabbed the corner of Emperor Kai's clothes, and Emperor Kai grabbed the calf of Emperor Kai with his long hands. The royal general kicked Emperor Kai's face with disdain. Die! In the turbulent airflow, a figure with a sword in his hand flew toward Commander. With the help of the airflow, Bismarck Commander Captain J calmly let out a sigh of relief. With a light tap of his magic sword, the Bismarck commander that was flying towards him was instantly enveloped by a bubble. Taking advantage of that terrifying bubble, the Bismarck commander was directly blown out of the monument platform. Far, far away. I won't give up. Clown, I will come back. Then the Bismarck commander became a star and disappeared in the sky. The strong airflow gradually calmed down. After the airship's explosion, the situation on the monument didn't change. Commander J came to Princess Angelique's wooden bucket again. Then, goodbye to our memories, sister. Angie. Commander J raised the magic sword in his hand. Her Royal Highness moved her lips. Are you serious? Our memories? You don't care. The magic sword was still mercilessly stabbing into the sword hole. But at this moment, a cold light shot out and directly shot into the sword hole. At this moment, a small flying knife was inserted in front of the sword hole, blocking it. Commander J frowned slightly and threw the knife in the direction where the cold light came from. Outside the monument, a huge balloon full of patches slowly rose up. The flying dagger was obviously shot out from a car under the balloon. Then the rope connecting the car and the big patched balloon was cut, and the car fell directly on the monument platform. At the same time, a man with a cross-shaped scar on his face was sitting on the roof of the car, driving a car directly on the monument of humans. I'm the first person among the gods. The leader of Yiyan on the roof of the car chuckled and jumped down from the car. Hello, Mr. Clown. No, it should be the Crown Prince of the Empire. Last time, we didn't have a chance to talk at the Turbid Witch's place. If you want an autograph, wait for a while. Commander J chuckled. I have to continue my performance. That's difficult. The leader of Yiyan was calm at this time, but in fact he was panicking and his palms were sweating. I personally brought all the members of Your Highness Circus here. As he spoke, he opened the door of the car. All the members of the fantasy circus, including Qing Tian, had fainted. Commander J was expressionless. The leader of Yiyan said slowly, This is a relatively low-level method, but we really don't want to die under the death mark. Please forgive us, Your Highness, and please give up. We don't want to be buried with these two princes and princesses. In the car, there were already people from the bandits who placed sharp weapons directly on the circus members' necks. Commander J sighed slowly, then his face slightly froze. At this time, there was a sudden vibration on the monument, and the source of the vibration was from the position where Princess Angelique was locked. Commander J turned around and saw streaks of pure golden airflow rising from Princess Angelique's body like smoke. The regiment commander blinked and muttered softly. Finally, the golden airflow rose faster and faster. Princess Angelique suddenly raised her head, and a clear omega mark appeared on her forehead. Her eyes turned into a bright golden color, and at the same time, the wooden barrel that imprisoned her body exploded. Her Highness' long hair fluttered in the wind. She gripped the sharp sword that had pierced her shoulder and pulled it out bit by bit. There was no trace of pain on her face. At the same time, a strange ripple began to spread across the flat floor of the monument. Instantly, as if it was ignited, a huge amount of dark red steam rose from Kai Huang's body after being kicked by the Sword King for a long time. Silent Field disappeared. No, it was cancelled. Kai Huang looked at the abnormal state of Princess Angelique in disbelief and exclaimed, This is the third glorious sun. Even though she was still wearing the bunny girl's equipment, the sword-wielding princess emitted a powerful aura. She waved the long sword in her hand, Another wooden barrel exploded, and all the sharp swords that pierced Prince Desolate. Body shattered and disappeared in an instant. Prince Desolate knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. No matter what, this guy is my younger brother. Princess Angelique looked at Jay as commander indifferently. Only I, as his elder sister, can kill him. You can't do it either. Prince Desolate covered his throat, and the pain on his face gradually disappeared. Hearing those words, he opened his mouth in shock. Elder sister, you really love me, one sword. The sword light exploded, and Prince Desolate's head was chopped off. You talk too much. Only Angelique's cold voice could be heard echoing in the air. Prince Desolate's body obediently picked up his head and put it back on. Then he covered his mouth with fear. Princess Angelique snorted coldly. She waved the long sword in her hand and went straight to J.S. Commander, saying indifferently, I'll correct you, my stupid younger brother. This reminds me of a lot of embarrassing things. J.S. Commander chuckled and blocked with the magic sword in his hand. The moment the swords collided, the human monument shattered instantly. End of this chapter.